Hey, what's up everyone? Carl Wolf here. Actually, give me one moment. Maybe make that higher. Hello Ivory, welcome in. Thanks for your daily check-in and congrats on first. So we were back with some more STEINS Gates 0 with Anatomic Duel, where somehow Karisu is here. And I don't know how. Karisu Makase was looking down at something.
Baka no.
This is impossible. Oh, Celias, welcome in. And you're welcome, of course. I wasn't able to... I was going to set up your auto shoutout, but you're not in my system yet, so I will do it manually until you are. There we go. You've got 8 thirds, you have 8 seconds, and 9 firsts. It's alright, thanks a ton. You're welcome. Yeah, with the majority of my followers being streamers, auto shoutout just helps so much. 8 plus 8 plus 9. So, 25. You're off by 1 then. Although, to be fair, some of those are from, like, being toxic and redeeming them all. Anyway. Karisu couldn't be here. Because she was dead. Well, you already know the worldline just changed. Was I seeing things? Was my desire to see her making me hallucinate? But it seemed too far realistic to be a hallucination. Still, it felt that if I spoke a word, she'd disappear. I couldn't say a thing. What was she staring at? Without even moving a muscle. She was so still that I thought she must be a hallucination after all. But then... Jihad? She finally exhaled a little, and slowly turned around. Hi. Okabe. My throat was dry, and I couldn't speak. If you were standing there, you should have said something. You scared me. Can I give redeem suggestions? You can. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's to you too. End stream? Because these are my because these are my episodes on YouTube, I don't really much care for the end stream one. The 30 minutes extra, maybe. Push-up and squats? No. Thanks for your daily check-in, Celius. I don't know, like, those redeems would be fine if it wasn't like an actual story game. And so far I've only been doing mainly story games, streams. If I did other kinds of streams, they'd be fine. Sure, but as far as interruptions go, I'll accept like conversations with chat. But stopping the stream just to do a push-up or squat for a story game? Nah, I don't really feel like that. TTS? Yes, that's something I would like to have. Which actually is easy to set up, I just haven't set it up. I kind of want, like, you guys to have a little figure for it to come out of. I think that'd be cool.
それにしても珍しいわ
Anyway,
ね
it's not often I see you come by anymore.
岡部
Okabe,
クリス
Kurisu.
クリス
It's really
な
you,
んだな
isn't it?
新年早々何言ってるの
What the heck kind of way to start off the new year is that?
何か悪いもの
Are you
でも食べ
okay?
た
Did you eat something bad? Even her slightly peeved expression.
クリス
Kurisu.
何
What? And the gentle flash you sometimes saw in her eyes. And this.
どうしたのよ
What's
大
wrong?
丈夫な
Are you really okay? Hug. Even her warmth.
ちょあんた
Hey,
何を
what are you doing? It wasn't a hallucination. Or an artificial intelligence on a screen. It was the real Kurisu Makise.
岡部
Okabe. The real, live Kurisu Makise.
"ねえ岡部
Okabe,
お願い話して
please, let me go.
すまない
I'm
でも
sorry, but
もう少
let
し
me
だけ
stay like this. Just a little bit longer.
あんたもしかして
Are you
泣いてるの
crying? I realized for the first time. Hydrate, thank you, Ivory. Well, you heard the 8-ball. Sometimes I forget I even have the 8-ball command. Yeah. No Princess Kaz today. That my cheeks were wet. I felt her soft hands on my back.
心配しないでもう平気だ
Don't
から
worry. It's okay now.
クリス
You tell her, 8-ball. You tell her. Kurisu.
大丈夫よ
It's
大丈
okay.
夫だから
It's okay. She whispered to me in a soft voice and patted me on the back and wrapped her arms around me like a kind mother holding a child.
すまなかった
I'm sorry. I finally calmed myself down. She was still there. She still existed. Now that I calmed down, I realized what that meant. The worldline changed.
ううん気にしないで
No, don't worry about it.
無理もないわよ
That happens to me
私だ
too,
って時々あるもの
sometimes.
そういうこと
そういうこと
That?
思い出したんでしょまゆりのこと
Oh god. Yep, we're back to that. You were thinking about Mayuri, weren't you? That's right. Kurisu was here. Which meant this was the Alpha worldline. The world without Mayuri. The world where Mayuri died. Some small part of me had wished that this was the world beyond Stein's Gate. Welcome in, Dust Bob. By the way, her tie is radiating red. Never paid attention to it. Let me see when we get back to her. That it was a new future, which someone else had opened for me. But of course, that was too good to be true. And there was no way for me to know what had happened. But I must have made my choice. To give up on Mayuri. And there was the future where she was gone. Oh, he's sick. Confronted once more with the reality of Mayuri's death, my heart felt like it was about to burst. I combined heart and felt. Mayuri. How had she died?
Okabe?
Okabe. Yeah, she died a lot of different ways. Did they push her in front of a train? You need to calm down. Did they shoot her? He's hyperventilating. He needs a paper bag. Or...
落ち着いて。
Calm down. Karisu's tiny hand wrapped around mine. Honestly, yeah, it's definitely radiating red. Like, you can even see the red, like, outside the lines and everything. Like, it's just brushed with red. Okay, come on. Deep breaths. Little by little, my racing heart began to calm down. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. No, it's not that. It's not. Are you going to take something? I'll bring you some water. I rummaged through my pocket and found a small box of pills. It was the same anxiety medication that I'd already been taking. Even in this world, I was still on the same drugs. I just thought about it. My relative died 2 days ago, and today was their funeral. Now I see this dream. Sorry to hear that. Kind of hoping it was an old relative. And that it was peaceful, at the very least. I looked around the room while Karisu got some more water from the tap. Hey, Okabe. Why? Why did you come back here? That's a good point. Are we here because this is where we were in the other world line? Or because the us of this world line had happened to come here, right when we took over? What? You haven't come here for a long time, you know? Even Hashida stopped coming. Doru too. Yeah. The room was awfully clean then. I took a closer look and saw that there was a few places like Daro's PC that were covered in dust, but the rest seemed to have been regularly cleaned. You,
クリスは来ていたのか。
Kurisu. You've been coming here. No worries, just had to point it out. Yeah, it was my, okay, grandmother. No sob story here, just the fact that it happened. Yeah, sometimes it just happens, especially when you get that old.
時々ね。じゃないと寂しいだろうと思って。
Sometimes. They'd be sad otherwise. What's my progress on routes? Don't I have to go back to... Oh, I can save. Do I have to go back to title to see it? I think I do. This? I got these two. Album is 64%. Tips. Acquired tips? That can't be right. 35 hours playtime though. Are you sure about tips? Huh. Bro, forget it. You pay too much attention to your viewers. I mean, I feel like I don't have too much to say a lot of the time because I don't have much going on in my life. So I try my best to at least respond to anything like that. Can you please get off that and go to here? Because, like, I'm unable to do, like, any chatting stuff at the start or end. Because I just don't really know what to say or have anything to say. So at least, like, trying to reply or respond to chatters in this way.
寂しいだろうと思って。
I didn't have to ask who they were. Mayuri loved this place. She loved the future gadget lab. She loved the time she spent with all the lab members here.
ごめんね。
I'm sorry.
どうして謝る？
Why are you apologizing?
だって。
Because I waited, but no answer ever came. What was she apologizing for? For talking about Mayuri? For making me remember? Or for making me choose?
クリス、
Kurisu.
何？
What?
あ、いや、
No,
なんでもない。
nothing.
うん。
Okay. If I said something, she'd answer me right away. I could reach out and touch her. That alone brought me to the verge of tears. I just feel that I'm distracting you. No worries. All good. I just need to do better about trying not to pause in the middle of doing a line or something. Make sure I say the line and then pay attention. You play STEINS? Yes, I do. And welcome in, Jordan. Because for a lot of the games, I will live stream them, and then at some point, I will edit them down into shorter videos, and maybe even like just simple highlights and whatnot. The videos will probably try to cut out as much of the streaming stuff as possible, so I need to do better about when I stop. But otherwise, when it comes to streaming, it's all good. If I just stayed here, like this. Hello, Saucy. Welcome in. Congrats on second. And thank you for your daily check-in. What was I thinking? I'd given up on everything and left her to die. And still, I was happy to be back here in this world line, with Kurisu. How far are you? I've got 2 endings so far. Out of the 6 that it says in the clear list. So I'm working on my 3rd. As I was sad over losing my Yuri, part of me was thinking I wanted to stay here. Even though I didn't have the right. For how long are you planning on streaming today? I feel like sitting through the whole stream no matter the length. Since I feel the desire to do all my dumb little voices instead of just doing my regular voice, I usually last about up to 3 hours doing this one, doing these like pure visual novels. Because with other visual novels, there's at least a lot of other gameplay that I get to rest for a bit. But since this one is mainly just talk the whole time, I usually last up to maybe 3 hours. I want to last longer, but that depends on my voice by that time. And there's a few characters where I do give them a bit of a harsh, gruff voice. If they don't show up too much, I might be able to last. Cool, thanks. Have a nice stream, and thanks for it too. All good, thanks for being here. If there was a god in this world, he must be a cruel, twisted being. Why was he doing this to me again? Was what I'd done that wrong? I'd already made my choice once. There was no way to save the world. There was no way to save Kurisu. But with Kurisu in front of me, I was already starting to waver. Should I go back to the Beta Worldline? Should I send the D-mail?
Huh?
The D-mail.
そういえば、
Hey,
電話レンジカッコ仮はどうした
what happened to the phone wave?
だって
What?
あんたが破棄さ
You
せたんで
destroyed
しょ
it. Did you
忘れたの
forget?
は
Yeah, that's right.
そうだったな。
The phone wave no longer existed, it seemed. Of course it didn't. Its mere existence had made us a target of Saren. But without it, I couldn't leave this world line on my own. So even if I did stay here in this world line, it wouldn't be my responsibility. It wasn't my fault, and it wasn't something I'd wanted. Which meant...
ねえ岡部
Hey, Okabe.
うん
Hmm?
悪いんだけど何か
Sorry.
飲むもの買ってきてくれない
Could you go get me something to drink?
飲むもの
After you just got me water, now you want me to get up and get something? Interesting. Something to drink.
ちょっと喉乾いちゃったのよねできれば温かい
I'm
ものがい
thirsty,
い
you
わ
know? Something warm, if you could.
インスタントのコーヒーぐらいなら作るぞ。
I can make instant coffee, if you want. Wasn't that what Kurisu had always made me do? 2 cubes of sugar, no milk.
コーヒー切らしちゃってるのよ
We're out of coffee.
わかった。
Okay. Yeah, I should go. I want to get outside and think things through.
ミルクと砂糖の入った甘いやつね
Something sweet, with milk and sugar.
ミルクは入れないんじゃなかったのか。
I thought you didn't put milk in your coffee.
寒い日には思いっきり甘ったるいものが飲みたくなる
On cold days, I always want something sweet and creamy.
了解だ。
Roger. I stood up and headed for the door, but turned around halfway.
何
What?
いや、
No. It felt like if I took my eyes off her, she'd disappear. But that was far too embarrassing to say.
岡部、
Okabe,
しっかりね。
hang in there.
子供じゃないんだ。
I'm
Let's go,
not a
guy.
kid.
できる。
I can run a simple errand.
そうね。
Yeah, you're right.
いってらっしゃい。
Bye. I wonder if she realizes. She is the smarter one, especially since we asked about the phone wave. My whole body relaxed the second I stepped outside of the lab. Evidently, meeting the living Karisu had made me really tense. I didn't know how to talk to her, or what to say anymore. Even though I'd spoken to Karisu like it was the most normal thing in the world. I still couldn't believe it, though. Was this really the Alpha Worldline? No. If Karisu was here, it had to be. But then why? Who had caused the Worldline change? And how? Save me, Okabe. That call from Karisu. Was that what triggered it somehow? How? No. I should stop thinking about it. If someone else had caused it somehow, I shouldn't get involved anymore. I didn't want to. I didn't want to overthrow the structure of the world anymore. I just wanted to live in peace. In a universe with no world lines or attractor fields. I'd stop letting the whims of fate rule my life. There was nothing left that I could do. Suddenly, something seemed very wrong. Karisu's words a moment ago. What had they meant? Did she realize?
岡部、
Okabe,
しっかりね。
hang in there. She couldn't mean to. I turned around and rushed back into the lab. Wait, did she build another phone wave? What has she been working on? Karisu. Is he just imagining it? What?
クリス、お
Karisu,
前、
you...
それ、
that...
参ったわね。見つかっちゃったか。
Too bad. I guess you found me. She did. She was just where I'd seen her the first time, standing and looking towards the back of the development room. In the depths of the darkness. In a spot that just a moment ago had been covered by a cloth. I saw an old microwave with its door taken off. The phone wave, name subject to change. Future gadget number 8. It was the gadget that had changed my fate. No, the fate of the world.
どうして
How?
それは
Didn't
破
I
棄したんじゃ
destroy
なかっ
it?
たのか。
ええ、破棄したわ。
Yes, you did. Is that why she was shocked that we asked about it?
これは私が新しく作り直したの。
This is a new one I
言っ
made.
てみれば
You could call it the phone wave
電話レンジ
custom.
正しくはカッコ仮がつくんだった。
Or wasn't the real name a little longer?
電話レンジ
Maybe it should be the phone wave,
カッ
name
コ仮
subject to change, custom. She is the mother of time machine. Of course she would make a time... I mean, true. I just didn't think she'd suddenly make another after all the warning she'd given us. Like, if we chose to destroy it, you'd think that would be that, but...
名前なんてどうだっていい。作り直し
The name doesn't matter. You remade
どう
it.
してそんなことを。
Why?
過去にメールを送るためよ。
To send a message to the past.
メールを送って世界線を変えるの。
I'm going to send a message and change the world line.
うん。あんたにとっては
Maybe it would be better to say
戻すって言った方がいいのかもね
fix rather than
世
change.
界線を。
Hello, Kai. Welcome in. Thanks for your day check-in.
これ完成したのはね。実
I
は
actually
1ヶ
finished
月以
this
上
over
前
a
なの
month ago. Congrats on third, Kai.
それからはひたすらここに
And
立って
since then, I've just been standing here,
送らないで
wondering
おくべ
whether or
きか
not I should send the
悩み続けて
message.
た。
Well, that makes sense. Like I said, she was always warning us about it.
それがまさかあんたの方から来るなんてね。
I certainly didn't expect you to come see me, though.
お前何を。
What are you...
ねえ岡部、
Tell me, Okabe.
あんたついさっ
You
き
just came from another world line, didn't
別
you?
の世界線から
I
来た
knew
でし
she
ょ。
put it together. Like I said, she's a smarter one.
それも
See, she can pick up on context clues,
違う。
unlike Rentaro. And it was probably the Beta World Line. Am I wrong?
気づいてたのか。
You could tell.
そうでなきゃあんたがあんなことするは
You'd
ずない
never
の
do
に。
something like that otherwise.
あんなこと。
Something like what?
だからその
I was about to say,
あ
the
んな風
hug?
に私を抱きしめたりとか
Well,
そういう
the
こ
way you
とよ。
hugged me. You know. It was all so wonderful. The way her cheeks reddened in embarrassment as she looked away. The way she pursed her lips. The way she fiddled with the ends of her hair. He's mad crushing. Everything was just so wonderful. I realized it again. I was in love with her.
さらに言えばその世界線の変
And
動は
what's more,
何
someone
か
else
別の
caused the
人の
world
手
line
によるもの
change.
であんたが
You didn't do it
吹き込んで変動
voluntarily.
させたわけじゃない。当たってる？
Am I right?
すべてを見通しというわけか。
So you know everything, then.
どれだけあんたのこと見て
Do
き
you
たと思って
realize how
るの
much
よ。
time I've spent watching you?
え
Huh?
ああいや違う
No,
からな。
it's not
見
like
てき
that.
たって別
I
に
don't
そういう
mean
意
like
味じゃ
watching
なくて
you.
あいや
Well, I mean,
違わなく
I do mean it
も
in that sense, but... There she goes, talking in circles whenever it comes to us.
とにかく
Anyway. She took a deep breath and looked up at me again.
あんたがベータ世界線から来たってことはあんたは過去に一度
If you came from the
そ
Beta
の
World
世界
Line,
を選択したってこ
then
と
you
でし
chose
ょ
that world once before, doesn't it? She was so far beyond what I could hope to be. In those brief moments, she discovered all that. She was right about everything. But even so, I couldn't let her know. I keep yawning, sorry. Admitting that would mean admitting that I'd left her to die. And there was no way I could do that.
すまない。
I'm sorry. In the end, that was all I said. But that was an admission, all the same. But instead of looking sad, she...
謝るなバカ。あんたが自分で
Don't
決めたことで
apologize,
しょうが。
dummy. It was your choice, right?
自
So
分の
have
選択に
confidence in it.
自信を持ちなさい。
She tried to cheer me up. That's right. Kurisu is right. I was the one who'd chosen the beta worldline. But,
それにね、あんたは多
and you
分
know,
間違ってな
I
かっ
don't
た。
think you were wrong.
さっき来たばっかりのあんたは知らないだろ
You
うけど
just got here, so you
こ
wouldn't
の
know.
半年間
But for the last several months, you've done nothing but blame yourself.
そんな素振り私には決して見
Not
せよう
that
と
you'd
しな
ever
かっ
let
た
me see it. It was the same. You need to tell her then. You need to tell her it was still the same, no matter what. It was the same as what I'd gone through. It was the same as the beta worldline. So miserable no matter what.
でもどうしてあげることもできなかった。
But there was nothing I could do.
だってあんたの苦しみは私のせいだから。
Because your pain was because of me.
私を生かすためにあんたは
You'd
苦しんで
suffer
たん
so
だ
much
から。
to let me live.
でもね、それも今日で終わ
But
り。
that ends today. Does it though? You're not even think about why we might be back here?
終わりにしなきゃいけないのよ。
It has to.
だってこのままじゃ
Because if it
あん
doesn't,
たはずっと
the
罪の
guilt
意
is going to
識に
keep eating
苛ま
away
れ
at
て
you.
最後
And in
に
the
押し
end,
つぶされち
it
ゃう。
will crush you.
同じだ。
Ah, thank you. Admit it. It's the same.
どういうこと？
What do you mean?
どっちにしても結局
In the end, no matter
俺は
which
ずっ
choice
と
I
後
make,
悔するんだ。
I regret it.
マイリーを救えなかったこと、
Not being able to save you.
お前を救えなか
Not
った
being
こ
able to save
と。
Mayuri. To be fair, you partially regret the other one because you didn't just simply leave her to die. You also tried to save her after that, and then were the one who killed her. I feel like if that part had never happened, you wouldn't be as much of a wreck.
アルファ世界線にいても、
Maybe.
ベータ世界線にいても、
It doesn't matter whether I'm in the Alpha World
それは
line
変
or
わ
the
ら
Beta
ない
World line. So maybe I should just stay here.
しっかりしなさい、岡部倫太郎。
Get a hold of yourself, Rentaro Okabe.
クリス、
Kurisu.
なんて顔してるのよ。
Snap out of it. This isn't like you.
私の好きな法院京馬さんは
The Kyoma Hyoen I love is always more confident. Kyoma Hyoen, huh? There was a name I hadn't heard in a long time. I
あ
mean,
んた
you
は
have,
正しい道を選択した
from
の。
a certain cat
マ
maid.
ユリを助けるっていう選択を、それは決して間違ってない。
You made the right choice. You chose to save Mayuri. And you weren't wrong.
でも、
But I
俺
let
もお
you...
前を。
いい？今あんたがここにいるのは
What you're seeing right now is...
夢を
It's a
見てるだ
dream.
けよ。
That's all. Nah, I think it'll all be the same for him. Because the world might want him that way. As him being depressed is what attractive field made him be. That's probably true. At the very least, I feel like his panic attacks would be a little less without the PTSD of having killed her. At the very least. Maybe just depression rather than full-on PTSD, but true. You're likely right.
夢？
A dream.
そう、夢の中であんたは私に会った。
That's right.
ただ
You
そ
had
れ
a
だけの
dream
こ
where
と
you met me. That's all.
と
Well,
そう思えば
doesn't that make you feel a little
少し
better?
は気も楽でしょ。
Kurisu sighed a little and laughed.
これだけ脳の研究が進んでいるのに、
We've learned so much about how the
夢を
brain
見るメカ
works,
ニズムって
but we still don't understand
実
the
はまだ明
mechanisms
確
by
には
which we
なってい
dream.
ないのよね。 眠っている間に脳内では記憶の整理が行わ
The
れ
brain
ている
organizes and processes
その過程
memories
で発
during
生する
sleep.
のが夢だっていう
One theory says that
説も
dreams
あ
are a
るけど
result of that process.
要するにここは
In
ベ
other
ータ世
words,
界線のあん
this
た
is
が
a
迷い
dream
込
world
んだ
being
夢の
experienced
中
by
の
you
世
in the
界
beta worldline.
あんたの頭の
So you
中
can
を
get your
整
head
理するた
together,
め
you
に
know?
ね
You need to tell her more.
そしてこれが夢
You
な
also
ら
need to tell her about
い
Suzu.
つかは目を覚まさなきゃならないそうでしょ
And if it's a dream, you have to wake up someday. Am I wrong?
でもこれは夢なんかじゃない。
But this isn't a dream. You're right. I reached out and touched her cheek. You're right here,
こうして
aren't you?
お前はここにいるじゃないか。
感触だって脳が感じさせている機能の一つよ
Stop it. Touch sensations are just another of the brain's functions. She took a quick step back. The sensation of her cheek disappeared from my fingers.
だいたいここにいてもあんたは幸せにはなれないずっと
You
後
won't be
悔の
happy
念を
here
拭う
anyway.
ことはできないの
You'll never be rid of the regret.
そしてそれは
And
私
neither will
も
I.
同じ
ベータ世界線でも変わらない。
That doesn't change in the beta world line either.
俺はずっと
I've done
お
nothing
前
but
を
regret
助
that I
けられ
couldn't
なかっ
save
た
you.
ことを。
だけど少なくともマユリは幸せでいられるでしょ
Yes, at least when she's with her friends and doing cosplay and everything. And partially because we've done a better job hiding it from her than from you. But anytime she finds out, she's not as happy. But Mayuri's happy at least, isn't she?
マユリは
Mayuri is... She doesn't know anything. Because that's what I wanted. I wanted her to know nothing and be happy. For now. That wish was still coming true, but
あんたはマユリに笑っててほしいそう願って
you
る
want Mayuri to be happy.
私も同じ
So do
同じ
I.
なの
I'm the same way.
ということはやっぱり
Which
あんたの
means that you
選
made the
択は
right
間違
choice
って
after
は
all.
なかったってこと
You're
よ
wrong. If he would just explain it properly. I'd finally met her again, but she was here, alive, right in front of me, but
もう
oh, come on. She walked up to me, without even trying to hide her frustration.
いい加減にしなさい岡部倫太郎
Stop this nonsense already, Rentaro Okabe.
一度出した結論でしょうが
You
あんたは
already
ここに
reached your
いちゃいけない
conclusion.
の
You
帰ら
can't
なきゃい
stay
けな
here.
い
You have to go back. Didn't she? Well, no, never mind.
夢から覚めなきゃいけないのよ
You have to wake up from the dream.
だってもう
Because I
そうやって苦
don't
しむ
want
あん
to
た
see
を
you
見てい
suffer
た
like
く
this
ないから
anymore.
クリス。
Kurisu.
さあこれ以上は時
Come
間の
on.
無駄よ
This is a waste of time.
私はやるから
I'm doing it. Do I exist just so you have the motivation to do it? She turned away from me. I could feel the strength of her will. Her resolve. I remembered what I'd seen just after I'd come to this world line. Kurisu had been just standing there, in front of the phone wave. Thinking back, she'd probably already made her decision. Without anyone knowing. To be fair, it doesn't matter. We kind of need to go back to the other one to change things there. Without anyone to say goodbye to. She'd chosen to go to the world where she would no longer exist. It had probably taken her a long time and a lot of struggle to come to that decision. And she'd probably asked herself 1,000 times if it was really the right answer. If this was what she'd chosen after all that, I didn't have the right to stop her. It would be wrong. Also, you already said, anything that happens is not your problem. You're not involved. So...
ねえ岡部、夢から覚める前に
Hey,
一つ
Okabe,
約束
before you wake up, promise me something.
約束
What?
ベータ世界線に行ったら私のことは忘れなさい
When you get to the Beta worldline, forget about me. Impossible. That was just the opposite of what she'd said that day. That day, the day when I'd chosen the Beta worldline, she said to me, "Don't forget me." Probably because of what you just said. But now she was asking for the opposite.
忘れるなんて
Forget
そんなことできるわけないだろ
You know I can't do that. She was always like that. She always cared more about others than herself. She always sacrificed herself. She was asking me for this for my sake only. She didn't want to be forgotten. She hated being forgotten more than anyone else could.
言ったでしょ、これは夢よ。
Remember what I said.
夢は普通
This is a
起
dream.
きたら忘れるもんでしょ。
Once you wake up from a dream, you forget what happened, right? If the other world lines are still existing simultaneously and not just work when Okabe is in it, then Okabe in this world line is messed up, as he has memories of Alpha world line where Kurisu died. Yeah, true. See, I was gonna say, like, they still debate about whether these exist at the same time or if they only exist while he's here. Because it's like, I was gonna say earlier, what she's doing would at best just put us away, I guess. But like, this world would still exist where he's still suffering and she would still see him. If that's how it works. If this all exists only because someone changed the world line and put us back here, and where we were before is at this time and point, at this date. So this is way after what happened with the last time we were here. So more stuff would have happened since then. So this only exists while we're here, but while we're here, new things exist. I don't know, it's kind of hard to exist and kind of confusing to explain it. I don't know how to better explain it, but I think you understand what I'm saying. These new things that have happened since the last time we were here, whether they exist because this world's still been existing, or the new things only exist because we're back here again at a further point in time where new things should have happened. So whenever Okabe's memories transfer, they mess with the other Okabe's memories, yeah. That is the question. Do they all exist together simultaneously, or is it just when he's there? I get it, but yeah, it's funny how hard it is to explain for sure. It can also be pretty hard to keep track of what has and hasn't happened. I've messed that up a lot with this series. She was stubborn and bullheaded. I would never be able to forget her. But
子供の頃に見た悪夢は
I still remember the nightmares I had when I was a little kid.
誰が悪夢な、誰が。
Who are you calling a nightmare? It was all I could do to keep from breaking down. But that was probably the same for her.
とにかく私のことは忘れること。
Now, going back to what I said before, if this only exists while I'm here, then she's technically right to do what she's doing. if it doesn't work that way, then sorry, sorry to tell you this, Karisu, but anyway, forget about me. Forget about what happened today and everything that came before.
それが私の望
And
みだ
that's what I want. She turned around, stuck out her pinky finger. She forced it around mine.
指切り玄満
It's a pinky
嘘ついたら
promise.
海
Lie,
馬に電極
and I'll slap an
ぶっ
electrode
刺
into
す
your hippocampus. Got it?
随分と語呂が悪いな。
That doesn't rhyme at all. But I understand. Oh, hydrate, thank you, Ivory. Give me a moment. Let me grab a new bottle.
ほっとけ
Shut up. Her hand moved away from mine. Her gaze looked away from me. It was almost time to say goodbye. She was sending a message to the past. I knew it was the right thing to do. At least kiss her. I knew this is what she wanted. But still.
クリス、
Kurisu, Okabe. Our voices overlapped.
どうした？
What is it?
あんたこそ
You
Nani?
first.
なんでもない。ただ
It's nothing.
呼んでみた
I
だけ
just
だ。
wanted to say it out loud. The name of the person I cared for.
偶然ね
What,
私も
what a coincidence.
同じ
So did I. The name of the person I loved.
ねえあんたは覚えて
Hey,
る
do you remember when we
私
first
と
met?
初めて会った時のこと
忘れられるわけがない。
Of course I do.
何しろ強烈だった
You
から
made a
な
hell of a first impression.
それを言うならあんたの方こそ
So did you.
ほんとあの時は
Really?
まさか
I never thought
こ
things
ん
would
な
end
風
up
にな
like
るなんて
this.
思ってもまさかあんな出
I
会い
never
で
thought that encounter would lead to
こんなにも
meeting someone so important to me. Not that I'd say it now. You should.
まったくだな。
That's right. I couldn't say it, but
でも言っとくけど
just so you
私
know,
たちの出会い
you're only
も
allowed to remember our
覚えて
meeting
て
right
いいの
now.
は今のうちだからな
Cheeky girl. Even for a little.
世界線が戻ったら忘れなきゃい
Once
け
the
ないん
world
だから
line
な
goes back, you have to forget. Even just for a second.
分かってるよ。
I know. Just for an instant.
うんそんなに簡単に忘れられるん
So
だ
you're gonna forget me. Just like that. You cheeky girl. If it would last just a little longer.
お前が言い出したことだろ。
This was your idea. Her voice.
そうだけどそんな風にあっさり
That's
言われちゃうと
But it still pisses me off to hear you say it just like it was nothing. The way she moved.
忘れろと言ったり、
First you want me to forget.
忘れるなと言ったり。
Then you want me to not forget.
一体どっちなんだ？
Which is it? Her smile.
冗
Heh.
談
It's a joke. I'm just kidding.
なんだ？嘘なの
Oh.
か？
It's a joke.
そう嘘
Yeah, just a joke. Just a little longer. So that I could remember it all. but I was out of time.
岡部
Okabe.
うん
Hmm?
それじゃあ
Bye. And those words were the sign that the magic was over.
あ
Yeah. There were a million things I wanted to say, but I stopped myself. Kurisu smiled, satisfied, and turned back towards the phone wave. She probably already had the message ready. The phone wave started to boom and crackle like thunder. There was a long, long countdown. The whole time, Kurisu faced away from me. She's gonna look back at us at the last second, isn't she? And I just watched. The noise got louder. The countdown continued. And then, it was time.
岡部
Okabe.
目覚めよ
It's time to wake up. Kurisu turned around, with a big smile on her face. So who changed the timeline? Because they changed it to this one somehow. I would have thought that the Russians or the Americans or whatever did it. But why come back to this one? Although we don't know how similar this one was. All we know is that Mayuri's dead, and that we've been suffering from choosing to stay here. Russians did? How, though I don't remember? We'll find out. Probably. Kurisu turned around, with a big smile on her face. Her voice was cut off by the roar. And we're back. And then I woke up from my short dream. So coming back here means that they'll think it was a failure. Not that they were able to observe it anyway, in the other one. And color gradually returned to my blacked out vision. The lab started to come back into focus. I could tell immediately that the worldline had changed. I could still see Kurisu when I closed my eyes. But she wasn't in the development room anymore. It was like the whole thing had been a daydream. I felt like I'd been caught in the boundary between dreaming and wakefulness. I was back. Back to a world without Kurisu. This wasn't the Alpha worldline. There was no point in even bothering to check. A moment ago, only Kurisu and I had been in this room. And now, everyone was here. Ocarine, what's wrong? Are you sick?
いや
No,
大丈夫だ
I'm fine. Mayuri,
お薬飲みますか
want some medicine?
平気だよ心配ない
I'm fine. No need to worry. Lukako. And
本当に無理しち
Really?
ゃダメだよ
you shouldn't push yourself. Kaguri Shiina. If Mayuri and Kagura were here, that meant I was back to the Beta worldline.
ちょっと腹が減っただけだ
I'm just a little hungry. I haven't
朝
eaten
から
anything
何
all
も食べ
day.
てなくてな
もうオカリンさんたらダメだよちゃんとご飯は食べ
Come on,
なきゃ
Ocarine. You need to eat, or you won't get big like Uncle Daru. I don't really need to be as big as him.
ああなるくらいなら一緒
I'd
に
rather
いた方
skip
が
a
マ
meal
シだ
than
よ
end up like him. Huh?
だったらマユシーが何か作ってあげるよ。
Okay. Mayushi will make something then.
ママが
Y-
作れる
you
の？
will, Mommy? Can you?
もう、かがりちゃんまでそういうこと言うんだから。
Okay, I was about to say, I was like, you're not supposed to say that out loud. Ah, Kagari. Not you too.
これでもね、最近はユキ
Yuki's
さん
been
にお
teaching me
料理
things
教えて
lately.
もらってるんだよ。あ、じゃあ僕が手伝うから。
Okay then. I'll help too.
待ってくれ
Wait.
すみません。
Huh?
僕、
Sorry.
手伝わない方
Should
が
I
いい
not
ですか？
help?
いやそうじゃ
No,
ない
that's not it.
そうじゃないんだ
That's not it at all. I looked around at everyone, and then back at Kagari.
かがりさん
Miss Shiina.
やだな、オカリンさん。
Aw,
私のこと
Okarin.
は
I said you could just call me
カガリでいい
Kagari.
って言ってるのに。
Something was different.
じゃあかがり
Okay.
さっ
Kagari.
き
Can I ask what you were calling
マユリのことをなんて呼
Mayuri?
んでたか聞いてもいいか
なんてって、
Hmm?
ママ
I called her
だよ。
mommy. Why?
どうして
どうしても何も、ママはママ
Why?
だもん。
Because she's my mommy.
ママ、
Right, mommy? I'm sorry, what? I mean, she's your adopted mom in the future. But what?
えへへ。やっぱりそう呼ばれるの、ちょっと照れちゃうな。
It's kind of embarrassing to hear that. I felt vaguely dizzy watching Mayuri fidget in embarrassment.
知ってるのか二人とも
Then the two of you know that you're mother and
未来
daughter
の
in the
世界で
future.
親子だってことを
かがりちゃんのことはオカリンが教えてくれたんだよ。
We told you? Huh? You're the one who told me about her.
俺が
I did?
本当の
That's
こと
right.
を知っておいた方がいいって。
You said it would be better to know the truth, right?
ねえ。
Yep. Did I really tell them? Did I tell them something so important?
じゃあもしかしてルカ子も
Then does Lukako also...
ごめんなさい。僕、聞くつもりはなかったんですけど、
I'm
耳に
sorry.
入ってしまって。
I didn't mean to listen in, but I heard it anyway. Lukako lowered his voice in apology.
でも、
Oh,
大丈夫です。
but don't worry.
他の
I
人
haven't
には
told
言ってま
anyone,
せん
so,
し、
and
それに僕、ちょっとだけ
being able
嬉
to
し
share
か
in
ったん
everyone's
です。
secrets kind of made me happy.
皆さんと秘密を共有できて、本当は直接
I
教
would
え
have
て
been
も
happier
ら
if
え
you
れ
told
ば
me
よかったん
directly,
ですけど、
but even Lukako knew about Mayuri and Kagari. Which meant that, of course.
でも驚きました。
Still, I
タイ
was
ム
really
マシンとか
surprised.
未来と
I
か
thought that the time machine was only
お
fiction.
話の世界のも
I
の
had
だ
no
って
idea
思
you
って
could
たん
make
で
it
すけど、
real.
実現できるなんて。
He knew about the time machine. What would make us tell him everything? Evidently, I hadn't simply come straight back from the Alpha World Line. I was in a world line slightly different from the one I'd been in before. The divergence meter I used before was gone now. That meant I didn't have a precise number, but this all felt very different. Unfortunately, I got to see the number, but I didn't remember what the number was. And the problem was finding out what was the same as the old worldline, and what was different. What about,
かがり、
Karisu's
もう少
message?
し質問させてほしい。
Amadeus Karisu's message. Shouldn't we ask about that? Kagari, can I ask some more questions?
何？
What is it? I showered Kagari with questions in an effort to find out what was going on. Here's what I learned. Let me drink some water. First, Kagari retained her memories of her childhood. In other words, of the year 2036. Did she? She knew Mayuri, Daru, Suzuha, and also Ferris and Lukako. But as for what the world of 2036 was like, and how she'd become Mayuri's daughter, she hadn't told them the details about that. Unfortunately, they hadn't seemed interested in knowing about their futures. Everyone always thinks they'd want to know what their future holds. But when the chance finally comes, fear outweighs your curiosity. The future wasn't always a happy thing. Knowing the future might destroy your dreams. It might be a death sentence, like it was for me. And some people would lose all sense of meaning in their lives if they knew there were inevitably going to be a war in which 5 billion people died. Then it was definitely your staying at Lukako's that brought you here, right?
っていうか、
Yep,
オカリンさんが
and it was you who brought me and
マ
Mom
マと引き合わせ
together.
てくれたんだよ。
Ocarine,
覚えてないの？
don't you remember?
いや、そういうわけじゃないんだが、
Right.
一応確かめておこうと思って。
I just thought I'd double check, you know? So she had more memories this time? Because I know that she's not the real one. I'm pretty sure she's just someone they grabbed and implanted Kaguri's memories. Because I know Yuri is Kaguri.
一応ね。変なオカリンさん。
Double check, huh? You're acting weird, Ocarine. Kaguri going missing had happened almost exactly as I remembered it. And the same was true of how she came to us. And
行方不明になっていた間は、どこで何をしていたのか。
you don't remember anything about what you were doing while you were missing.
うん。綺麗さっぱり。
Nope, not a
気づい
thing.
たらお寺で
The
寝か
first
さ
thing I
れて
can
た。
remember is lying on a bed in a temple. Okay, so that's the same. She was still missing some of her memories too. In other words, in this world line, the only memories she had were of her childhood, and of the last few weeks since she'd woken up in the Chiba Mountains. The most important part was still missing. Was there anything else I needed to ask? I was staring at the floor and trying to think, when I realized that something was missing.
床が綺麗だ。
The floor is clean.
さっき岡部さんが来る前に掃
Oh,
除しておきま
I
した。
cleaned it before you came.
いや、そうじゃなくて、
No,
床に小さ
that's
な穴
not
が開いて
it.
たはずなんだが。
Wasn't there a little hole in the floor?
床に穴ですか？
A hole in the floor? Oh, the lab had been attacked just last night. True. Right, this happened after that. And now that doesn't exist anymore? During the attack, one of their bullets had left a dark hole in the floor.
穴なんて開いてたかな。なかったと思うけど。
Was there a hole there? I don't think so.
ちなみにお前たち昨日はその
By the way,
どうだった
how was yesterday? Was it traumatic? PTSD inducing?
昨日のパーティーのことすっごく楽しかったよ。
The party? It was a lot of fun.
あんなに楽しかったの。
I've never had so much fun in my life. They wouldn't say that if there had been an attack, which meant that the attack had never taken place. Sorry, I had to yawn. Was no one after Kagari in this world? No, it was too early to assume that. I still didn't know what had happened when she'd gone missing. Until I did, I couldn't say for sure if she was safe. Just like how sometimes Mayuri's death would occur on different days in the Alpha Worldline. The same thing might happen a few days later. In fact, it would be better to be cautious.
またみんなでパーティーしたいね。
I hope we can all have another party again soon.
その時は僕も何か作るよ。
Imagine that's one of a specific world line where Mayuri and Kagari are maniacs and they just enjoyed being raided. God. It was great. There was some big buff man came in, burst through the door, pointed guns at us, wore masks. It was amazing. Thrilling. When we do, I'll make something.
私も手伝う。
Me too. I'll help. They all started happily talking about last night's party. At first glance, it was a peaceful scene. But something sinister might be happening, and I just didn't know about it. No. I knew something had to be happening. The fact that the world line was changing was proof. Why had it changed, anyway? I thought back to the events of that night. First, someone had taken over Amadeus. Karisu had called me and asked for help. The world line had changed right after I answered. Which meant that the key was... Karisu? Oh, Amadeus. Amadeus? Did Amadeus have something to do with the world line change? And what about the group who'd attacked Kagari? Was it all connected? Maybe I needed to find out.
ところで、かがりちゃん。時
By
間
the way,
大丈
Kagari,
夫？
are you okay on time?
あ、いけない。休憩時間終わってた。
Oh,
店
no.
長に怒られちゃ
Break
う。
time's over. The owner's gonna get mad at me. The owner? So you still got a job with him? We gave you that job because, well, I don't know if she's talking about Tennoji, but I'm pretty sure she is. We gave you that job to have him serve as a bodyguard. So the divergence still produces the outcome of her having the job, but the reasons change. The build-up, as I explained in the first game.
店長ということは
The
バ
owner,
イトしてるのか
do you have a job?
そうだよ。下のブラウン管工房
That's right.
で。
I'm working at the
この前
bronze
言った
workshop
じゃん。
downstairs. Wait, I already told you this.
そうだったか
I See. In the old worldline, Kaguri had started working for Tennoji after the attack. And that was another difference.
もう今日のオカリンさんはボケボケだね。
Jeez, you're so out of it today, Ocarine. Get a hold of yourself.
すまない。
Sorry. Kaguri hopped up and skidded out of the room. Skidded? Skipped. Why did I say skidded? Whatever. Her words and mannerisms were much more childish than they'd been in the last worldline.
アルバイト頑張ってね。
Work hard, Kay.
はーい。それじゃ行ってきまーす。
Okay. Bye.
かがり、戻る前に、もう一つだけ聞かせてく
Kaguri,
れ。
let me ask one more thing before you go. I asked one final question to Kaguri, who is now giving a crisp salute.
アマデウスという言葉を聞いて、
Does the word
何か思い当たること
Amadeus
はない
mean
か？
anything to you?
アマテウス？
Amadeus? And Kaguri seemed to think for a moment.
ね。
Hmm,
ごめん、わかんないや。
nothing.
そうか。
I see. She didn't look like she was lying or being sarcastic. She must really not have known. No reason to give her that information. I watched her leave the lab, then took out my phone. Are we calling Kaguri? Are we calling Kurisu? There was another thing I needed to check. Is the app there? What was happening with Amadeus? It's not there. I looked for the icon on my screen. So now the question is, was it never there to begin with? Or did we get out of the program and get rid of it? Amadeus. The AI that held Kurisu Makase's personality and memories. And the application which started the program. But the program was gone.
悪かったな。こんなところに呼び出して。
Oh, well, we still know her. Sorry to call you out here.
別に構わないわ。ちょうど
It's
近くま
fine.
で来てたから。
I just happened to be nearby. After seeing the icon missing on my phone, I'd contacted Maho immediately. My goal, of course, was to see what was going on with Amadeus in this world. You know, if there's any issue, quote-unquote issue, that I have with this game, it's the 5,000 women that it's got in this game. I mean, as a guy, I really can't do female voices. And yet, I don't want to give them any of my goofy voices that I give guys in other games. I had to find out.
で、話って？
So, what did you want to talk about?
アマデウスのことだ。
It's about Amadeus. She seems really shocked. What? Maho's eyes suddenly went wide. Now, is she shocked that we're asking about it, or shocked that we know about it? Her reaction surprised me as well. I'd simply said the word Amadeus.
あなた、どうして知ってるの？
She's shocked that we even know about it. That's what I was concerned about. So that answered my earlier question. It was never there to begin with. How do you know?
どうしてって。
What do you mean?
どういうこと？
どうしてあなたがアマデウス
How do you know
のことを
about
知ってるのよ？
Amadeus?
だってあのプロジェクトは去
That
年
program
の
was
夏
put on hold last summer
クリスの事件
after
があった
Kreesu's death.
あの後に凍結されたのよ。
I'm sorry, what? That's what changed? It's the professor's thing, right? If he figured out time travel and everything. Because I feel like the whole point of AI Kurisu was probably to like get into her memories and get her to help him with a time machine or something. Whether it's an AI Kurisu or the real Kurisu's laptop or whatever. Anything they can do to get to that information. But if he managed to get the information before that AI, then he has no need for it.
凍結された
Amadeus was
アマデウスが
put on hold?
凍結ってことはつまり
You mean the project
プロジェ
itself
クト自
was
体打ち切られたって
shut
ことか
down?
はっきり言ってしまえばそういうこ
Yeah,
とね。
that's right. She clenched her fists in anger. It seemed the change in this world line was a big one.
で、さっきの質問。
Now, answer my question.
どうしてあなたがアマデウス
How
の
did
こと
you
を
know
知って
about
るの？
Amadeus?
それは
How honest are you going to be? Because... Should I tell her about the world lines and attractor field theory?
クリスから聞いたんだよ。大学の先輩が
And Kurisu told me that someone in her lab was doing work on it.
クリスが？あな
Kurisu told
あ
you
なたにそんな話までしていたの
about
ね。
that? I decided it wasn't the time to tell her. If I tried to explain everything, I'd have to tell her about D-mail and the time machine. Mao didn't seem to know about all that yet. I could imagine what she'd do if she heard the truth. She was yet another of those people who were entranced by the possibilities of science. True.
なあ、アマデウスが凍結
Can
さ
you
れた
tell
っ
me
て
a
いう
little more
話
about how the project was shut
もう
down?
少し詳し
What
く
was the
教えてく
reason?
れないか。理由は何だったの？
なんでも外部団体からクレームが入ったんですって。
Really? Evidently, there was a complaint from an outside group.
人の記憶を人工知能に
Creating an
任せる
artificial
のは
intelligence with human
人間
memories
の複製を
is
作
no
り出す
different
の
than
と
making
同
a
じ
copy
こ
of
と。
human, they say.
神
It's something
の
that
み
only
に許さ
God
れ
is
る
allowed
修
to
行だ
do.
って。
Religious reasons.
欧米って自分たちの価値観で物を言う人が
A
多い
lot
の
of
よ
people in
ね。
Europe and America like to push their own values on others,
そういうデリケートな部
especially in
分は
delicate matters like these.
理由はそれだけなのか？
Is that the only reason?
ええ、少なくとも私
At
はそ
least,
う聞い
as
てる
far
わ。
as I've heard. The professor and the rest of the team were really mad when they heard the research was being shut
教
down.
授たちも随分怒ってた。
Maybe someone else got it, and that's why they shut down the professor, because they didn't need him anymore. Or it's more of the professor's acting. Because why would he suddenly just stop caring about it and shut it down? So if he decided to shut it down, I feel like he would have to act and give some BS reason. The Amadeus my throat. The Amadeus program was stopped. Also text. Okabe, there's something I want you to tell me. Shouldn't you ask your dad? You don't even know what he's gonna ask. No, I can't ask father. You sure? I don't know it. I don't know if I know anything he doesn't. You're the only one I can ask. What gift do you think would make my father happy? Why are you asking us that? I think he'd like anything you gave him. I'm pretty sure he'd like you to dress up in some cute outfits. That's what everyone says. It's always the exact same answer. Well, think about that. Why do you think everyone's giving you that answer? I'm honestly starting to wonder if you're all plotting behind my back. Well, he has a lot more personality than the first game. At least in text. To hell with those answers, like anything will do. I mean, in this case, I think people have met the father enough that the father dotes on his kids. So he really will take anything. But again, people should just tell Lukako to just dress in cute things. And that's because everyone respects you. Huh? Huh? You too, Okabe? Of course. Yes. That makes me happy. Danger. This is us knowing about how they actually feel about us. Huh? And that was that. Moving on. Did that have something to do with the worldline change, too? Wait. So how did I meet Maho? That's a good question. Because when I saw her, I'm like, okay, so Amadeus exists, right? Like maybe we just quit the program? So again, once again, the outcome of we know her, but the reason why, the how. We'd originally met at the Amadeus seminar. If that never happened...
どうしたの?
What's wrong?
いや
Oh,
その
I was just remembering how we
思い
met.
出してたんだ君と出会った時の
ああ、あの時のこと。
Oh, yeah. That was quite the coincidence, wasn't it?
ああいう偶然があるのね。
I asked a few more questions, taking care not to rouse her suspicions, and managed to learn the basic story. Maho had really wanted to see the place where Kurisu had died. Makes sense. When she finally went to the radio building, she'd run into me.
オカルト的な考え方って大っ嫌いだけど、
I hate to say this because it sounds so unscientific,
あなたと出会えた
but
の
I
は
like to think that it was karma,
クリスが繋いで
and
くれ
that
た縁な
Kurisu
のか
brought
も
the
し
two
れ
of
ない
us
よね。
together. Karma. Or perhaps another example of attractor field convergence. Let me drink some water. You know, as someone who grew up with deaf parents and rarely ever spoke, so I struggle even with basic words, all these scientific words that this game throws at me, oh, it hurts me. And then, of course, the Japanese names hurt me. I've at least gotten better at saying them, some of them. It had already been decided that Maho and I would meet here in Akihabara. But was there some meaning in that?
そうそう。マユリさんたちによ
Oh,
ろし
right.
く伝えておいてくれるかし
Tell
ら。
Mayuri and the others I said hi.
昨日は
And
楽
that
しか
last
った
night was a
っ
lot of
て。
fun. Oh god, another raid maniac?
ああ
Sure. Evidently, she'd gone to last night's party in this worldline too.
おかげで日本での
It's given
い
me
い
some
思
good
い出がで
memories
き
of
たわ。
Japan.
思い出って
Good memories. You're leaving?
すぐにじゃないけどね。
Not immediately.
言ったでしょ。
Remember what I said?
私
I'm
今
taking over Kurisu's
クリスが
research.
やっていた研究を引き継いでるの。いつまでも日本でバカンス気分を
I
堪能
can't
し
stay on
てるわ
vacation
け
in
に
Japan
はいかないの
forever.
も。
そうか
I see. But still, she was only in Japan for another 10 days. I hope nothing would happen during that time. You and me both, buddy. Have you read a Chaos Head or Chaos Child? I have it. Both are completely different VNs, but happen in the same world. Yeah. I have them. I just haven't read them yet. Actually, no. I think I have Chaos Child. I don't think I have the other one. I need to... I think the other one was on... Whichever one was on sale recently, but I don't think I'll be buying it for a while. I'll wait till the next sale. But I'm pretty sure I have one of them. But I think after this one is done, I'll do a different visual novel, and then I'll come back to this world. Amadeus had been shut down and no longer existed. No longer would I hear Carisu's voice. Oh, speaking on sale, I need to buy STEINS Gate Elite. Because while I'm not going to play, I have no reason to play that on stream. Because it's essentially the same thing, just animated. I do want the I forget what it's called, the side characters stories that you can only get by buying Elite. That one I want to do on stream. It started with a P, something days. After I said goodbye to Maho, what they meant really started to sink in. I could still feel Carisu's warmth in my chest. Her smell. All the feelings I'd tried to forget were coming back. Now that I'd seen her. No one will ever be happy in that worldline. Everyone will be miserable. And that's what she had said. I knew that. And that's why I decided to stay here. But that didn't mean I could erase the sense of loss I felt. I went back to the lab to get all this together in my head. The cause of the attack in the last worldline was Kagari. And there was a good chance that Amadeus was involved in the worldline change that took place afterward. But in this worldline, the lab had never been attacked. And the Amadeus project had been cancelled while it was still in the research stage. That meant that two major factors in the events had never occurred so far no longer existed. If they were gone, maybe there was no need to worry too much. But even so, there was still a tiny alarm going off in the back of my mind. Why had Amadeus been shut down? What happened to Kagari's missing memories? If nothing else, I might need to learn the answers to those two questions. I thought for a while, then took out my phone and booted up the Rhine application. Ooh, character change. Which means when we have the narrator, like this, I get to just talk normal. Kagari Shiina felt happier and more fulfilled than the people around her thought she was. Her memories were missing. All she had now were memories of when she was young. She'd gone to the past when she was 10, and then gotten separated from Suzuha. Her memories afterward were a total blank, with the exception of the last few weeks. Her oldest memories, after her childhood, were of the ceiling she saw when she woke up. It was a ceiling of an old temple, with stains here and there that looked like faces. She remembered being a little scared. Shortly after that, she was given to Yanabashi Shrine. Unlike STEINS Gate, Chaos Head is really hard to read. Too many questions, too many mysteries, and it's literally chaos. Oh, I'm sure it'll break me, but I'm still gonna give it a try. Kagari, would you like some tea? Oh, yeah. Thanks, Luca. Okay, I'll put some on. That was when she'd met Luca Shibara. See, I'm struggling with that name still. Shibara. At the time, she hadn't realized that she already knew him. Luca Shibara was a good friend of her adopted mother, Mayuri Shiina. He'd played with her a lot when they were kids. When she was younger, she'd always thought he was a woman. To Kagari's young eyes, he'd been a strong grown-up woman. At the time, she always wondered why Suzuha had called him Big Brother Luca. Here you are. Thank you. But the Luca in front of her now was far younger than the one she had known. He looked like a very pretty girl, and not nearly as strong. So she only realized that he was the Luca Urushibara she knew after meeting her mother.
この紅茶、なんだか変わった
This tea
味が
tastes
す
a
る
little different.
ローズマリーティー
It's rosemary
集中力
tea.
や記憶
It's
力
supposed to
が
help
出
you
るって聞いて
concentrate and improve your memory.
フェイリスさんに分け
I
て
had
もらった
Ferris
ん
give
で
me
す
some. Improving your memory and finding lost memories seemed like totally different things to her, but she didn't say so. Just the thought made her very happy. Luca, Mama Mayuri, and the rest of Okabe's friends were all trying to help her get memories back. It would probably make most people nervous, not having their memories. It would be hard, not knowing what you experienced. But to be honest, Kaguri didn't think she needed to remember. Sometimes, it seemed like a memory was about to come back. Each time, her mind would roar with a sense of fear and anxiety.
もしかして美味しくなかったですか
Was it not very good? Luca saw that she'd only taken a sip and stopped, and he seemed worried.
そんなことない
Oh,
美
no.
味しいよ
That's not true. It's good.
ただちょっと考え
I
事を
was just
してた
thinking.
だけ考え事
Thinking?
そうでも大した
Yep,
ことないん
but
だ
it's nothing. She took a sip of the tea, hoping to change the subject. Hydrate? Thank you, Ivory. Kai already got third. Yeah, no, Kai already swooped in and got it. I'm pretty sure that's why the 8-ball gave you false hope. Sure, you can have it. Wink, wink.
それにしてもルカ君って本当に男の子
The 8-ball has spoken. Anyway, Luca, are you really a boy? Everyone else said he was. And here comes Kai, who didn't even bother to ask. See, Kai knows not to ask. But still, it just didn't seem right to her.
そうですけど
I am. Yeah.
やっぱりどう見ても女の子にし
You
か
really
見え
look
ない
more like a
ね
girl, though. Well, trust me, when he actually became a girl, he was exactly the same. Aside from one little difference.
そんなこと言われても
I don't know what to say to that.
そうだねえ明日一緒にお風
I
呂
know.
入ってみる
Hey, why don't we take a bath tomorrow? I mean, he's into, Rentaro, so it's not really an issue. And I don't think you're into him that way, so... But...
え
What?
そうすればルカ君が本当に男の子
Then I'll know if you're really a boy or
な
not.
ダメですよそんなの
No, we can't.
どうして
Why not?
だって
But-
そんなの
Because
だって女
I
の人と
can't
一緒
take
に
a bath with a
お風呂
girl.
なんてそんなお姉さんとは一緒に入ってなかったの
Didn't you take baths with your sister? Well, that's family.
入ってましたけど
Yes, but
小さい
that's
頃
when
の
I was
話で
little. Also that. He's still so cute. Is he cute enough for you to kidnap like the other one? Ooh, I forget his name right now. What was his name? I forgot his name. From AI Somnium. It wasn't Oribe, was it? It ended in Bay, I think. Kagari? Sorry. It was a joke. You're so cute, I felt like I had to tease you. This is better? Ota, yeah, that's what it was. It was Ota. It wasn't Bay, it was Ota. I was remembering the O and thinking maybe it ended in Bay, and I was... It was Ota. But if you responded that way, it means you really are a boy. That's what I've been saying. Even when he was upset, he still looked like a girl, she thought. As you can see, there are dozens of different dishes available, and they're all you can eat. The TV screen had been showing all kinds of delicious food. Wow. The sight of it almost moved her to tears. This time is so wonderful. It's so different than the world I know. Is it? What's the future like? Do you want to know? Don't ask. If you're a boy, you would say, yes, please, to her best suggestion. A lot of guys certainly would, yes. The shy ones definitely would have reacted the same, though. Luca looked a little uncertain. And even though she asked, Kagari wasn't certain she should tell him. The future she knew was filled with despair. Everyone struggled desperately to stay alive, hoping that tomorrow would somehow be better. Then why are you offering? If they knew there was no hope, how would they survive? I don't think I do. Kagari sighed in relief. You're better off that way. The future can be changed. As long as Okabe does it. The future can be changed? Yeah, that's what Mom said. She said it could be changed. She said he'd change it. He'd change it? That's what Mayuri had always told Kagari. That was her tiny light of hope. What was it? STEINS... what? Is he going to fill in the blank? Sure is. STEINS Gate? Yes, that's it. Mommy said she knew it was real. But I don't really know what it is. STEINS Gate. To be honest, Kagari didn't know exactly what that meant. But each time Mayuri said it, Kagari had felt warmth in her heart. Until you tried to take it all back. Someone would come to lead them to STEINS Gate. When she thought about that, it gave her hope. And now, For our next report, did you know that memory restoration technology is being studied around the globe? Well, that's convenient timing. Today, we have a special report on an American university that's at the cutting edge of this research. The news show had finished its food report and had already switched to another topic. Now is showing a college campus covered in greenery. It was a wide open space that clearly wasn't Japanese. The second she saw it, she suddenly felt dizzy. I wonder why. Did they kidnap a student, I wonder? This is Victor Crondia University. It may seem like another college campus, but there's a major project going on here right now. The discussion became more technical. It was far beyond what Kaguri, who had only her memories as a child, could understand. But... should I change the channel? Oh, wait! Kaguri stopped him before he could get to the remote. Kaguri, do you understand this? Yeah, they're talking about how the brain works, and whether you could make false memories. Wow, that's amazing. It was too complicated for me. She suddenly found herself easily understanding what was being said. Why? Is it because these are your real memories? Maybe you were a student working on that research? He just nabbed the closest person to him? Well, he needed to nab someone who would look close enough to Kaguri. Did that just happen to be someone who was working under him? Going to university? I don't know. How? How could she understand this? Yeah? It's not that complicated. Memories are controlled by a part of the brain called the hippocampus. And there's a special part of the hippocampus called the fascia denta... I have no idea. Here's the words I don't know how to say. Fascia dentata, I don't know. I'm sure Bob might help. She was surprised at what she was saying, but the words kept coming anyway. When new nerve cells are constructed there, they cause existing neurological pathways to reorganize, And that's what makes you forget things. And so when the study team did experiments on mice, they saw false memories created. Oh, look! That room in the back. That's where they do the mice experiments and stuff. You know a lot about this stuff. As if you've been there. Kaguri, are you familiar with this university? Huh? She suddenly realized that Luca was looking confused. I mean, you seem to know a lot about it. The TV was showing something that looked like a lab. The camera went toward the back of the room. A white door was open that led to the next room. After seeing the results of the experiments on mice performed here, the research team... No, I don't. But just now, That's right. She wasn't familiar with it. She didn't know anything about any place like this. But
わからない。知らない。
I don't
け
know.
ど、
I don't know. But
なんでだろう。さっ
for
き
some
は
reason,
知ってる
it
ような
suddenly
気
feels like I
が
do.
したの。
Is that the real her surfacing? There was suddenly a piercing pain in the back of her head. It felt like the beginning of something terrifying. She suddenly felt very nervous. Oh, back to Rentaro.
いいが、
Oh
おめえ
god.
の頼みを
This is
聞
one
い
of
て
the
や
ones
る
where I
わけ
gave
だ
a
に
gruff voice.
それだけは忘れるんじゃねえぞ。
It's already been almost 2 hours. Am I even going to be able to do that voice? Give me a moment. Also, let me drink some water. I gotta grab a new bottle. Listen, and I'm not doing it because you asked me to. And just don't forget that.
感謝します。
Thank you. This morning, I'd gone to Tennoji and asked him to protect Kagari if something happened. That meant I had to talk to him about his role as a rounder again. You seriously did that again? You went through that whole thing again a second time? You ballsy. And I had to tell him that Kagari was caught up in something big, too. But since this was the second time I had that conversation, I was able to make it go a little smoother. Drink some beer and you'll be able to do any amount of voices? I don't know about that. But in a way, you're not entirely wrong. That was only relative to the first time, though. I never wanted to ask him for anything like this ever again.
おい岡部、おめえら一体
So,
何に
Okabe,
関わってやが
what
る。
the hell are you people involved in?
それは
I stopped myself.
話せねえってか。
You can't say, huh?
頼み事するだけ
You'll
して
ask me for a favor, but you won't say
随分と虫
anything.
のいい話だな。
Yeah, the voice is just a bit off, but oh well.
すみません。
I'm sorry.
だがそれでいい。
This is the best I can do without hurting my voice too much. And that's good, though.
え
What?
情報ってのは
Information is your final trump card. If you had just come out and told me, I would have called this whole thing off.
ま、せいぜい気を
Anyway,
つけるんだ
just
な
be careful.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you, sir.
わかったわかった
I get it, I
そう
get
やって
it.
かしこまんな
Don't be so polite.
どうに
It
も
makes
や
it so
りにくくて
damn hard
し
to
ょう
deal
がね
with
え
you. I bowed to him once more anyway, and left the Brawn workshop. I'd managed to get Tennoji's help. And this morning, I'd gotten another person on my side as well. Suzu? Oh. You know that's asking for trouble. Moeka Kiryu. She was a lot easier than Tennoji. How'd you get her help? Ah, of course. I had checked with Daru last night, and found that just like in the old worldline, we'd hired her to find out more about Kagari. All I had to do was ask her to keep looking into what Kagari had been doing, before she'd come to this town. Now I'd done everything I could in case something happened. All that was left was to pray that nothing did. Wishful thinking? Why are you here? Are you gonna tattle? I got back to the lab, where Lukako was waiting. He had a very serious look on his face, and he said he needed to talk to me.
実は かがりさんの記憶のことで
Oh,
気に
come
な
on.
ることが
Be
あ
a
って。
tattletale. No stitches for you. There's something bothering me about Kaguri's memories.
かがりの
Kaguri's memories.
とは言っても、
Yeah,
これ
but I
が
don't know if it will
記
help
憶
bring
を
them
取り
back.
戻すことにつながるかどうかはわからないんですけど。
構わない。気になる
That's
ことがあ
fine.
るなら
If something's bothering you, just tell me.
はい。
Okay. Luca started to fidget and rub his knees together. Then he looked up at me and slowly opened his mouth.
ゆうべテレビで
Yes,
記
tattle.
憶の研究についての
Last
特
night,
集をやって
they
い
were
て、
doing a special on memory
アメリ
research
カの
on...
大学で
memory？
行われているものだったんですけど、
Okay, I did say memory. I second doubted what I said. On memory research on TV. It was about an American university.
それを見ていたかがりさんがまるで
When
その学
Kaguri
校
saw
を
it,
知っているよう
she
な
acted like
口
she
ぶりだったん
recognized
で
the
す。
school.
アメリカの大学
An American college.
どこの大学だ
Which one?
なんだか難しい名前の学校で
Victor Condor?
確かビクトル・コントル、
It had a really complicated name. I think it was Victor Condor?
ビクトル・コンドリア大学か
Victor Condia University.
あ、そうです。その
Oh,
学校です。
that's right. That's the place. Victor Condia University. That was where Kurisu had studied. Kaguri knew Victor Crondia. If that was true, then how? Come on, piece it together. Piece it together. Channel your inner Kurisu. The most obvious possibility was that she went there too. But how would a kid who went missing in Japan go to an American school? And one of the best at that. Of course, it wasn't impossible, but
どうでしょう。
the problem is he's not going to piece it together because he has no reason to suspect the professor. If he had any chance of remembering one of the endings we got, he could, but as far as he's concerned, the professor's just a big, harmless, polite child. A very kind person. Which he's not. Not that I've seen. Especially after he tortured us. What do you think? Is this a clue?
さすがにそれだけじゃ何とも言えないが
I can't say anything just based off of that, but
そうですか。
I see. Mukako's shoulders slumped in disappointment. No, you did a good job. You did good.
でも
But that doesn't mean it's not a
手がかりにならないというわ
clue.
けじゃない
Perk up.
それじゃあ
What? Then...
あ
Yeah.
あ確かめてみる必要
It's
はある
worth
な
checking out.
改まってお話って
They've never met Maho, right? I think? I'm trying to remember the previous stream. I don't think... Oh wait, no, Maho came to the party though. Or no. Yes. I don't remember. All I remember is the party getting interrupted by the gunmen. I can't remember if Maho was here or not. What did you want to talk to me about? The best way to find out was to talk to her directly. Kaguri was just about to start work, and she seemed put off by the fact that I'd suddenly asked her to speak to her.
話はちょっと待ってくれるか
Can you wait
も
just
う
a
一人呼ん
second?
であるんだ
I've asked another person to join us. Maho?
もう一人
Another person? I didn't know a lot about Victor Crondia myself. I could ask Kaguri what she knew about the school, but I couldn't tell her if her information was accurate or not. There was a better person she could ask. Someone who should be here any minute.
お邪魔します。
Excuse me. The best way to find out about the school was to ask someone who actually went there. In fact, Maho was to this day a part of their brain science lab.
あ、真帆さん、こんにちは。
Okay, they did meet. So I guess she didn't know her, or just doesn't remember her from the university. Oh, Maho. Hello.
はい、元気？
Hi. How have you been? Maho still didn't know that Kaguri was from the future. I'd have to keep her from finding out.
それにしても、本当にクリスに似てるわよね。
You know, she really does look like Kurisu. Maho stared at Kaguri, then whispered so that only I could hear. It made sense. I'd been surprised myself. I started by explaining to Maho why I'd brought her here.
じゃあ何？つまり、
So
彼女が
what?
うちの学校
You
に
think
い
she
た
might
かも
have
しれ
gone
ない
to my
っていう
school?
の？ちょっと待って。そん
Wait
な
a
こと言
second.
われても私
I don't know anything about this
そ
Victor
のなんと
Crondia
か
what's its
トルコンド
place?
リア大学なんて知らないよ。ビクトル・コンドリア大学。
She practically said the whole thing. I feel like she did that on purpose. Victor Crondia University.
ほらね、名前だって
See,
ちゃんと覚
I
えてな
don't
い
even
んだも
remember the
ん。
name. Yeah, practically did.
でも昨日は知っている様子だったんだろルカ子。
But yesterday, you acted like you recognized it. Right, Lukako? Yes, come here, little snitch.
はい、奥にある部屋でネズミさんを使った実験を行っている
You
っ
said they
て。
did mice experiments in the back room.
そしたらその後
And then
本
after
当に
that,
その部屋
they
での
actually showed the
実験
experiments
の
in
様
that
子が
room.
映って。
かがりはそのことは
Do you remember that, Kaguri?
ね、覚えてない。
I don't. I couldn't imagine Lukako would lie, or that there would be any point to him doing so. But the same was true for Kaguri, too.
漆原さん、その研究室どこだったかわかる？
I just looked over at what Frosty said. Oh god, I struggle with this name. I have to say it as Maho? Urishibara, do you remember where that lab was?
詳しくはわからないんですけど、
I don't know the
脳
details,
とか記
but
憶と
they
か
said they were doing
そんな
research
研究
on
をしてい
memories
るって
in
言
the
って
brain.
ました。ということは、もしかすると
Which means it might have been
脳
the
科
brain
学研
science
究所か
lab.
もしれないわね。
The brain science lab. That was where...
私が所属しているところよ。
That's where I work. And also where Kurisu worked too.
それじゃあもしかしたら
Then,
かがりは
Kaguri may have
ヒア
met
ジ
you
ョ
in
さんやクリ
Kurisu.
スと会っていたかもしれないということか。
あくまでも家庭の
That
話
might be a
よ。
stretch. Maybe. Depends on how close to it she got. Maybe she did a tour once, but never met Maho? It's just a possibility.
脳科学を研究している
There's
とこ
more
ろ
than
は
one
一
place
つじゃ
that
ないし、
researches brain science.
私のいるところだって陰性だ
And
け
it's
じゃな
not
く、
just grad
一
students where I
般の
work.
研究者もたく
There are a
さん
lot
出
of
入りして
regular
るもん。
scientists too.
私だって研究所にいる
Even
人
I
間
haven't
全
met
員と
everyone in the
顔を合
lab.
わせたわけじゃないわ。 ただ、同じ
But
日本人と
if
な
I
る
saw
と
another Japanese
見
person
かけ
there,
れば記憶に
I'm
は
sure I'd
残ってい
remember
るで
that.
しょうね。
especially another one that looked like Kurisu. Which meant she didn't remember it. Which meant she probably hadn't met her.
ルカ子、他にかがりのことで気になったことはないか。
Was there anything else about Kaguri that you've noticed?
かがりさん、時 々びっくりするくらい難しいことを知
That's
って
a
い
good
た
one.
り。
Kagari sometimes knows about things that are really complicated.
私だって難しいことくらい知っ
Hey,
てるも
I
ん。
know some complicated things. Kagari pouted. That was one expression that was totally different than Karisu's.
例えば
For example?
えーっと
Okay. Let me yawn.
とか憂鬱とか。
Roses and depression? Maybe she was studying to be a psychologist? Those were just words that were complicated to write in Japanese.
昨日はテ
Never
レ
mind.
ビで記憶の捏造について放送していたんですけど、それもなんだか詳しそうでした。
They were doing a special on fake memories last night, and you seem like you knew a lot about it. Yes, come on, listen to that. Put two and two together. Fake memories. Amadeus is a copy of someone's memories. Putting someone's fake or copy of someone's memories into another person.
記憶の捏造ね。確かにその研
Fake
究をして
memories,
いる
huh?
チームもいるわ。
Yeah, one of the
私
teams
た
is
ちも
working
一
on
度
that.
話を聞かせて
We
もら
went to
いに
talk
行
to
った
them
も
one
の。
time.
かがり、今その話はできるのか？
Kagari, can you talk about that now?
ね、それが
I
よく
don't
わから
really
な
know.
いの。
Did I really
私
talk about that stuff?
本当にそんなことを話してましたよ。
You did.
ん
She put her hand between her eyebrows and thought. We're gonna need her to see it again. Do we have any pictures of the school? Like, can we go online? She really didn't remember, it seemed.
今までにこういうことはよくあったのか？
Has this happened a lot before?
最近まではそれほど。
Not that
こ
much
の
until
何日か
recently.
で急に。
It suddenly started happening over the last few days. Really? I didn't know how Kagari could know things about Victor Crondia. But it clearly had something to do with her missing memories. If I followed the trail a little longer, I might learn some clues. It was possible I might be able to bring back her memories. Suddenly, she started to moan in pain.
かがりさん、どうしたんですか？
Kagari, what's wrong?
ちょっと頭が
My head, kind of...
痛いんですか？
It hurts? Lukako was looking at her face, worried.
ちょっぴり。
Yeah, just a bit.
少し横になるか？
Want to lie down a little?
大丈夫。
I'm fine.
少し話をせかせすぎたかもしれ
Maybe
ない
this is
な。
all too sudden.
そうね。負担が大きかったのかも
That's
しれ
right.
ないわね。
We may have put too much stress on her. Maho was looking worried too.
本当に平気？
Are you really okay?
大
Yeah,
丈夫です。
I'm fine.
ありがとう。
Thank you,
先
senpai.
輩。だったらいいのだけど。
I hope so. The conversation was so natural that Moho and I almost missed it. What'd you miss? What did I miss?
今
Wait, she said senpai. I almost did miss that. I didn't think much of it. I just thought she was like... I mean, she has the memories of a child. I thought she was just addressing... I guess you would use a different honorific rather than senpai. Hey, did she just...
先輩。
Oh, even Maho caught it. Yeah, She called me senpai. Huh?
かがり
Kagari,
君今確かに
you just called Hyajo
先輩って
senpai,
呼んだ
right?
よなヒヤジョさんのこと
嘘。私そんなこと。
No way. I didn't.
いいえ、間違いなく言
No,
ったわ。
you definitely did.
漆原さん、
Urushibara,
あ
you
なた
heard
も
it
聞い
too,
てい
right?
たわよね。は、はい。
Yes. Senpai. The Japanese word used to address an older classmate or colleague. I just learned that Maho and Kagari hadn't met at Victor Crondia. Did that mean it was just a mistake? Did they do plastic surgery on you? I know they did it to the real Kagari, who's now Yuri. They made her look just like Yuri, apparently. I mean, that depends on what Yuri actually looks like, but it looks like they made her look just like her, so they have amazing plastic surgery on their hands. Did they do the same here?
ん
Oh, God. Oh, no. The sound of footsteps coming up the stairs distracted me. What's with their timing? Is it because of her memories? Do they have like a bug on her? Like a listening device on her? They just wait for their cue? And they were so heavy, there was no need to wonder who it was. Yep. Oh, thank God it was Itaru. Oh, you had me worried for a second. I forgot about it. I forgot about Daru. I completely forgot about Daru. He was completely wiped out of my head. Hey.
お邪魔してます。
Hello.
おう、魔法店も来てた
Oh,
ん
you're here, Mahoton?
その呼び方はやめて。
Don't call me that.
足りるかな
Do I have enough?
ひふみ
1, 2, 3. He ignored Maho's complaint and started to count the number of people in the room. There was some kind of paper bag in his hands.
よかった。大丈夫みたい。
Okay, I've got enough.
何が大丈夫なんだ
Enough what?
ほら、この前駅前に
You
で
know
き
how they
た
opened a new
アトルあるで
atoll in
し
front
ょ
of the station?
あそこに美味
They were
しそう
selling
な
some
プリン
good looking
売ってて
pudding.
さ
I thought it might be a nice
たまに
treat,
は
so
と
I
思って
bought enough
買
for
ってきた
everyone.
んだけど、人数分あるかなって。
He put down the bag, opened the box, and started putting the pudding cups on the table.
ダル後にしろ
Daru, do it later.
何みんな難しい
Why
顔
do you all look so
して。
upset?
僕が
Is it
こん
that
な
rare
ん
for
買
me
っ
to
て
buy
くる
something
の
for
そん
everybody?
な珍しいまあ確かにその通りだけど。
Well, I guess
ち
it
ょうど
is.
バイトで結
But I
構
got some
な
extra work in my
臨時収入が
job, you
入った
see?
んだよね。仕事ができる上に
Not only am I
気配り
talented,
と収入を持
I'm
ち合わ
also
せている
kind-hearted and I
僕
get
に
paid.
惚れて
Feel
も
free
い
to
い
fall in
の
love, ladies.
あれ
Huh? He turned the bag over and started shaking it.
スプーンが一人分足りない。
Missing a
さて
spoon.
は店員の
I
お
bet the
姉
staff
さ
there
ん
forgot to put one
入れ
in.
忘れたな。
使ってないスプーンなら、確か流しのところに。
I think there's a clean spoon in the sink.
あ、私、マイスプーン持ってる
Oh,
から。
I've got my own spoon I always use. Lukago stood up to get a spoon from the sink, then suddenly stopped. He looked at Kagari with a confused expression.
かがりさん、マイスプーンなんて持ってましたっけ？
Why, huh? Kagari, do you own a spoon?
え？
My spoon? My fork? Huh?
かがりさんが持ってたのって、
Oh yeah, she
ウ
said...
ーパのキー
Right.
ホルダーだけだった
They're supposed to only
よ
have the
う
keychain.
な。
They shouldn't have anything else. Although, she could just have a new spoon that she got from the father from Luca's father. And she's like, yeah, I got my own spoon. But I don't think that's what she meant. I thought all you had with you was the Upa keychain, right?
あれそうだよね。
Huh? That's
おか
right,
しい
isn't
な。
it?
なんで
That's strange.
私持ってるなん
Why
て。
did I say I had one? Her own spoon. I heard someone say that before. Not many people carried their own spoons around. It was common in Japan to carry around your own personal set of chopsticks lately. But not spoon. But I knew. I had known someone who carried around her own spoon. It was... Kurisu Makase. Just a moment ago, she'd called Maho senpai. Did Kaguri know Kurisu after all?
なあ、ヒヤジョさん。
Hey,
向こうで
Hyajo,
君のことを
how many
先輩
people
と
called you
呼ぶ人間は
senpai in
何人い
America?
た？
一人だけよ。
I'm sorry, where is this going? Just one.
先輩とか後輩とか。
It's a Japanese
そう
word
い
and
う
a
呼び
Japanese
方とか
concept
関係
after
は
all.
日本独特のものだから。
There was no need to even ask who it was.
私を先輩と呼んでたのは
The only one who called me senpai
クリスだけ。
was Kurisu. Does that mean she has Kurisu's memories too, or things are going exactly where you think they're going? I'm... Hmm.
クリス。
Kurisu?
カガリ、君は
Kaguri.
マキセ・クリス
Do you
の
know
こ
a
とを
girl
知って
named
いるのか？
Kurisu Makase?
クリス。マキセクリス。
Kurisu. Kurisu Makase. Did she know her? And was she imitating her? Because I always thought that seeing the little Kaguri, how she looked kind of like Kurisu. So if she grew up, it feels like she would look a lot like Kurisu, just a different, just obviously as a different person. So the best person to implant someone with Kaguri's memories would be Kurisu, technically. Kurisu should be dead, though. I mean, even if I go back to the plastic surgery thing, why would they also implant Kurisu's memories? Unless that's what they did first. Unless they were using her as a test subject alongside the AI. Just any way they can to create a Kurisu who can give them the time machine. And then they needed a Kaguri who happens to look like Kurisu. So they used their Kurisu experiment as Kaguri, so she's got two sets of fake memories. But why would she need to do that?
マキセクリス。
Kurisu Makase. Kaguri seemed to be desperately searching her memories, but it didn't seem to be working. There was sweat on her forehead. Her headache might still be bothering her.
無理はしなくていい。
Don't
急いで
force
思い出す
yourself.
必要は。
There's no need to remember immediately.
このままにしとくのもなんだか気持ち悪い。
It feels creepy leaving it like this.
何か思い出せそうなんですか？
Do you feel like you can remember something?
わかんない。わか
I
んないから。
don't know.
オカリンさん。
Try something.
何
Try
か
saying something,
話して。
Ocarine. Call her Chris. Christina.
一体何が何なん？
Huh? What? What's going on here? The fact that Kagari responded this strongly to Kurisu's name meant there had to be some relationship. What could there possibly be? The question was this: what had Kagari been doing ever since she separated from Suzuha in 1998? If she never met Maho, did she ever meet Kurisu? Maybe she became friends with Kurisu and learned a lot about her. Then she'd gotten Kurisu's stories mixed up with her own memories. Or I remembered the machine that Kurisu had developed in the Alpha Worldline and came up with a certain hypothesis. I quickly told myself that it was impossible. She built the D-mail thing, right? Not the jump, right? The time leap. There's no way Kurisu time leaped. My eyes met Maho's. She nodded.
かがり、じゃあいくつか質
It only
問さ
happened
せ
a
てくれ。
few days ago. When we say a few days, the same days where we went to the other world line. Okay, Kagari, let me ask you some questions. For now, I wanted to learn how much Kagari knew about Kurisu.
君の父親はどこにいる？
Where is your father?
パパは死んじゃった。子供の頃に。
Daddy died when I was a kid. If her memories were mixed with Kurisu's, she wouldn't say that. Those were Kagari's memories. She said she remembered everything from before she was 10 years old. She'd only lost her memories after she'd separated from Suzuha in 1998. I'd have to go a little deeper.
それじゃあ、栗ご飯と言ったら
Then what does the word Kurigohan mean to you?
栗ご飯？何なの？
Kurigohan? What are you talking about?
答えてくれ、かがり。
Answer me, please, Kagari.
栗ご飯。
Kurigohan?
カメハメ。
She said it. Or she's just an avid Dragon Ball fan. Kamehameha. Everyone else seemed confused. But I felt as if my heart was about to stop. How could she know? Kurigohan and Kamehameha was Kurisu's @channel handle. Not only did she keep that a secret, she almost never let anyone know that she posted on @channel. She never would have told anyone. How could Kagari know something that only Kurisu should know? More sweat was pouring down Kagari's forehead. Luca offered her a handkerchief, worried. Kagari nodded and took it.
かがり、タイムトラベルの主な理論がいくつあるか知っているか？
Okay, I was going to ignore it, but I had another thought pop into my head a little bit ago. The AI Kurisu, Amadeus Kurisu, who has all the memories of Kurisu, and thus has the potential to build its own time machine, aside from the fact that it's digital. If it somehow did get access to one, specifically to a time leap machine one, it could make a copy of its memories and send that back. It could send itself back doing a time leap, even as an AI. And it could literally put itself into a person. Unfortunately, my laptop battery will die soon. Gotta go. Bye. That's unfortunate, but thanks for being here. I appreciate it. It has been 2.5 hours. I might end soon after this little scene. Kagari, can you tell me how many major theories of time travel there are? Maho looked like she wanted to say something, but I motioned for her to stay quiet.
11
Oh, she said it. 11. Kagari spoke clearly, as if the answer was the most obvious thing in the world.
全部で11
11 in total.
あれ違ったかな
Wait, is that right? I hadn't expected much when I asked the question. I certainly hadn't expected that. The terrifying possibility I thought of earlier was becoming more and more real. It was impossible. It had to be. The more I tried to convince myself, the more my fears grew.
11の理論を
Can you tell me what these 11 theories are?
中性子星理論それからブラックホール
Neutron star
理論
theory,
に
and
高
then
速理論
black hole theory, light speed theory,
タキオン理論
tachyon
ワームホ
theory,
ール理論
wormhole theory,
エキゾチック
exotic matter
物質理論
theory. I'm glad I've seen Yu-Gi-Oh! And that's why I know how to say tachyon. Kaguri was counting with her fingers, and speaking with very little hesitation.
宇宙紐理論
Cosmic
量子
string
重力
theory,
理論
quantum gravity
セシ
theory,
ウムレーザー光理論
cesium laser theory. I feel like I said that one wrong.
素粒子リングレーザー理論
Elementary
最
particle
後
ring
に
and laser
ディ
theory.
ラック反粒子理
And
論
lastly, Dirac antiparticle theory.
全部合ってる
Those are all correct. Hey Chewie, welcome in. How are you today? Ah, another person I forgot to put on the auto. There's still so many people I need to get on the auto, but I will do it manually. Well, welcome in Chewie, how are you today? Doing great. How goes the stream? Stream's good. Might be getting close to ending soon just because as a pure visual novel where all you really do is read, my voice is getting maybe a little bit tired. Not as tired as normally because I don't have as many of the harsh voice characters. Oh, I definitely enjoy it. This is a good story. Because this is the sequel to the first one. I enjoyed the first one a lot. It's not easy being a good AI when reality keeps glitching. Thanks for the pat. That's funny. I like how you tried to duplicate your emote too, but it couldn't. Maho's voice was hoarse.
岡部さん
Tell me, Okabe,
私どうして
how
そ
do I
んな
know
こ
all
と
this?
知ってるんだろう
Kaguri looked like she was about to cry a little.
もう一つ聞くが
Can I ask you one more thing?
それらの理論を用いてタイムマシンは作れると思う
Could you use those theories to build a time machine? You know, while we have her here, can we ask her about the password to Karisu's laptop? I remember watching the anime of STEINS. When does this take place? I have not seen the anime, and I know the anime does a lot from the games, since the games are the original. So it's hard for me to say without watching the anime. But with this, the sequel, where we have this Kagura, probably a more fresh experience, probably. Because the first one properly ended and resolved everything, but the second one is choosing to do an alternative where what if he hadn't gone back to resolve everything? What if he had given up? So this kind of leads up to potentially still going back to that other ending, maybe. Although, also giving new endings in this one. Because in both games, you get tons of multiple endings. Like side endings. I don't think so. I do remember enjoying how deep it goes, the anime at least. Well, the game definitely goes deep. And it's very interesting how, and I'm sure the anime following this does the same thing, how they take the real things from our life, like the theories she just listed, and like even John Titor, like taking real things that happen in our life, in the real world, and putting it into this story. Because there was a John Titor that claimed to be from the future and whatnot, posting online. So they incorporated that into the story as an actual thing. At least in the first game. Oh. Oh, but even if you couldn't use these 11 theories, science may invent a new theory that works someday. I will say, all the science words definitely make me trip up. Why do you think so? Why? That's because... I don't know. Then let me ask another question. Why did you arrive at that conclusion? I don't know. Just somehow I knew. She knew, huh? That meant the knowledge existed inside of her. But why did she have that knowledge? Had she been to Victor Crondia at the same time in the past, and met Karisu there? Maybe they were close friends. So close that Karisu would share her ad-channel nickname, which she never told anyone. And then perhaps she mistook what she heard from Karisu for her own memories. That was the most obvious possibility. But that would go against what Karisu had said. Karisu said she didn't really have any close friends in America. Well, that's what she... Well, okay. The other one said that too, didn't she? I was about to say that's what she said before dying. When you... Because dying, you never met her. Because Kaguri is like a new character and all. She seemed to have developed a solid relationship with Maho at work, but... the dark fear in my mind kept growing. Hey, Hyajo. Remember how you said Amadeus was put on hold? Does the uploaded memory data for Karisu still exist? Huh? Yeah, probably. I don't think it was erased. It definitely wasn't. How many people could access that? Well, I can think of at least one. Very few. We never really announced it anywhere. Myself, Dr. Leskinen, a few of the other assistants, and then Karisu. You have access? Another question. Would it be possible to transfer that memory data to a human brain? I mean, the time bleep it is, I would say. Huh? In the other world line, Maho herself, or Dr. Leskinen, to be precise, had said something about that at the ATF seminar. And I had experienced it myself. Through a machine that digitized human memories, sent them through time, and then back to the same person's brain. It didn't exist in this world line, but I'd once lived in a world line where it was developed in this very room. I'd used it far more times than I'd ever wanted to. And because of that experience, I came up with an idea. A terrifying idea. The idea that I thought of much, much earlier? Oh no. Another way to explain what was happening to Kagari now.
一体何を。
What are you getting at?
マイスプーンを持ち歩いていたの
Kurisu
は
was the one who had her own personal spoon.
クリスなんだ。大学でヒアジョーさんのことを
She was the only one who called you
先輩って呼んでいたのも
senpai at work.
クリスだけだ。栗ご飯とカメハメハはクリスが
Curry
アットチャンネル
Gohan
で使
and
っていたことなん
Kamehameha
だ。
was Kurisu's handle
知っているの
on
は
at channel.
本人以外だと。
I'm the only one who knew about it besides her.
クリスならビクトル・コンドリア
Kurisu would know about the lab
大
at
学の研究室
Victor
のことも知って
Crondia.
る。マウス実験のことも知ってる。
She would know about the mouse experiments.
11のタイムマシン理論についても知ってる。
She would know about the 11 theories of time travel.
オカリンさん、どういうこと？
Ocarine? What do you mean?
何が言いたいの？
What are you trying to say?
俺の思いついた
This is my idea. I looked around the room at everyone, then back at Kagari.
カガリ。もし
Kagari,
かしたら君の頭の中には
it's possible that you may have Kurisu Makase's
マキ
memories
セ・クリスの記
inside
憶
you.
が移植されているかもしれない。
カガリの頭の中にマキセ・クリスの記憶
Kagari
が
has
入って
Kurisu
る。
Makase's memories? Suzuha didn't seem as surprised as I had expected. Maho and I asked her some more questions after that. About Victor Crondia. About her research. Her answers were all over the place. Some things she knew, and some things she didn't. But some of the things she knew were things that only Maho and Kurisu would have known. In the end, instead of being overturned, my hypothesis came out even stronger. All the questions seemed to tire Kagari out, and with Tenoji's permission, Lukako took her home. Maho completely refused to accept what I was saying, but did say before she left that she'd look into whether it was possible to transfer Amadeus' memory data into a human brain. And that night, I explained the situation to Suzuha.
それってカガリが二重人格ってこと？
So you mean Kagari has two personalities?
いや、
No,
そうじゃない。
that's not it.
二重人格っていうのは
The proper word for multiple personalities is dissociative identity disorder.
誰かの中
That's
に
when additional personalities are created within the person themselves.
言うなれば今の自分に
It's
対
like
する不満や不安から
You're upset or uneasy about who you are,
別の
so you make
人格
another
を作ってしまう
personality
ようなものだ。
within yourself. Once in a while, there would be a case where someone would take the personality of the man or woman they admired, but usually it was a completely original one.
でもカガリの
But
場合
that's not what's
は
going
違う。
on in Kagari's case.
カガリの中にあるのは
She doesn't have her
人格じゃない。
personality. What she got
文
is,
字通り
quite
マキセ・ク
literally,
リスの記憶だけ
only
だ。
Kurisu's memories.
クリスの記憶だけが彼女の
It's
頭
possible
の中
that
に
Kurisu's
混在してい
memories
る
are mixed in with her own.
と考えられる。
Had to drink some water. Kaguri's memories weren't overwritten. She still had them. So they had mixed together.
なるほど。
I see.
2036年の技
With
術では
2036 technology,
それは決して
that's
不可
certainly
能な
possible.
話じゃない。
じゃあ2036年から
Then,
のタイ
since
ムトラベラ
Kaguri's
ーであ
a る time
カガリ
traveler
な
from
ら
that year,
十分その
It's
可
a
能性はあ
possibility.
るということか。
でもさ、かがりたんは10歳よ
but
り前の
she has
記
her
憶があ
memories
る
from
わ
when
け
she
で
was
しょ
10, right?
他人の記憶をぶち込まれる
If
なん
they
て
put
こと
someone
さ
else's
れたら
memories
そ
into
の
her
時の
head,
ことを覚えてるはずじゃ
she
ね
should remember that, right?
あの子は幼い頃、たまに
I think I remember her saying once in a while back then that she heard the voice of God.
気がする。
幻聴か。
That was the professor.
それが
A
クリスの記
hallucination.
憶から滲み出てきたもの
It's
っていう
possible
のは
that's a product of
考えられ
Kurisu's
る
memories leaking out. No, it's the professor.
うん
Yeah,
ただ未来はこ
but
の
the
時代
future
ほど
wasn't as
のどか
peaceful
じゃ
as
な
this
か
era.
った物
There
資も
weren't
人
enough
も足
people,
りてな
and
か
there
っ
weren't
た
enough supplies.
記憶を移植するなんていう
Even
技
if they
術
did
は
have memory transfer
実用化され
technology,
ているとしても
it would have been a
単に
military
秘密
secret.
扱いだよ一般人がしか
I
も
can't
子
imagine
供
them
に
using
使
it
った
on a
とは思え
civilian,
ないな
especially a kid. Oh, you'd be surprised.
カガリは繊細孤児だった
Kaguri was a war
PTSD を
orphan.
治療するため
There's no chance it was used
そう
to
いう
cure her
技術が使われたと
PTSD.
いうことは
だからって他人の記憶を移植する
That
のは
wouldn't explain why they'd want to
さすがに
transfer
変だ
someone else's memories into her.
だな
That's right. Unless they knew they were sending her to someone who was involved in time travel.
となると記憶のない時期
Which means it's more likely that it was done during the time when she had no memories.
その移植が
Between
行われた可能性が高く
1998
なってくるが
2036年なら可能でもさ
Even if it's possible in
今の技
2036,
術でできるもんな
is it possible right now?
クリスなら可能だ
Kurisu could do it. She'd done it all by herself to make the time leap machine, after all.
マキセ・クリスが
So Kurisu Makase transferred her own memories to Kagari?
彼女はそんなマッドサイエンティストみたいなこと
Why
を
would
す
she
る
do
人だった
that?
の
It's like something a mad scientist would do. There was no way. It was impossible. It had to be. And there weren't many people as smart as Kurisu Makase. If she didn't do it, I couldn't imagine anyone else would.
そうだよな
That's right.
突飛な発想すぎるよな
I'm getting ahead of myself.
俺だってそう思う
I agree. I might have been getting too attached to my own idea.
でもクリスしか
But
知り
there's
得ない
no
こと
doubt
を
that Kagari knows things
カガリ
only
が知ってい
Kurisu
る
could
のは
know.
間違いないんだ
例えば幽霊になったマ
And
キセ
maybe
氏の
like
魂が
Makise Shi's soul became a ghost and
的な
possessed
こと
her?
だったりして
お前そんなオカルト話を
Don't even think of saying that around
ヒアジ
Hyaja.
してみろ
She'll laugh in
全
your
力で論破
face.
されるぞ
ですよね
Hey, you've got that right. In the end, I realized there was nothing I could do for Kagari, but watched for a while to see how things went. We were just students, without any kind of specialized knowledge. No matter how much we debated, or what ideas we came up with, we wouldn't be able to find the answer easily.
そういえば当たる
Come to think of
ユキさんはどうして
it,
る
Daru, what's Yuki up to?
天音氏なら毎日バイト忙しいみたいだよ
Amane, she's busy with work every day, it looks like.
彼女は何のバイトをしている
What does she do again?
ケーキ屋さんって聞いてる美味しいから一度食べに来てって言われた
Oh yes, please do. Go check it out. Works at a cake bakery, I heard. She said it's really good, and we should go check it out. Yeah, go. Go find out she doesn't work there.
でもちょっと
Or
遠い
actually-
んだよね
Go find out that she does work there and that she's been on vacation. Because the real one's on vacation. That's right. But it's a little far away, isn't it?
だからこそ行ったら喜ばれるんじゃないか
That's why she'd be
しっか
happy
り
if
して
you
よ
went, right?
父さん
Get a grip, Dad.
あはいさあせん
Oh, right. My bad.
つうかオカリンなんで
Wait
いきなりそんなこと
Ocarine.
聞くん
Why are you asking anyway?
いやちょっと気になってな
Why are you asking? Because the endings... We're nowhere near the endings where he'd have any reason to suspect Yuki. What happened on this world line so far for him to suspect? I don't think there was anything, was there? Was there anything she said that was weird? I can't remember. Too many world lines. Oh, no reason. I was just curious. That girl in the motorcycle suit. What? Why are you saying that? Oh, I remember now. I remember why. Her arm. Suzuha hurt the left arm of the woman in the motorcycle suit. And then Yuki showed up the next day with a hurt left arm. I forgot. That's right. That's his reason for suspecting her. Perfect. He's finally putting it together. Could that have been Yuki Amane? I still hadn't convinced myself it wasn't her. If it was, she may be involved in some way with what was happening to Kagari. But that attack only took place in the other world line. Oh, true. Now she doesn't have the damage. That no longer exists. It hadn't happened in this one, so I had no way to tell.
もし彼女のことで何か
If there was something she...
母さんがどうかしたの？
Is there something going on with Mom?
いや
No,
何でもない
it's nothing. I still didn't have any proof. I'd have to just keep an eye on her. My priority right now is Kagari. You need to go to that bakery. What had happened during the time when she lost her memories? If I could find that out, I might be able to understand what was about to happen to us. Character switch?
それじゃあ始めるわよ。いい？
Okay, I'm gonna get started. Ready? Yeah. Maho came to the lab again the next day. She was there to look at Kagari's memories. And Kagari had volunteered to work with her. As of yesterday, my hypothesis was still just a hypothesis. And any time she saw a hypothesis, she wanted to test it. Maybe that's just how scientists were.
まずはこれを見てもらえる？
First, can you look at this? Maho held up a cell phone. There was a picture displayed on its screen. It was a corridor with white walls and clean white floors, and two people wearing white lab coats were walking down it.
これがどこだかわかる？
Do you know where this is?
学校？
A school?
ど
More
この？
specific than that. Which school?
ビクトル・コンドリア大学の。
Okay, see, to be fair, we've been talking about that school. So that's a reason to say that. Victor Grandia University.
この手前に歩いてる人、彼の名前は？
Do you know who this is in front?
トニー・ブラウン。あだ名は JB。
what? There we
興
go.
奮すると独特のステッ
Tony
プを
Brown.
踏むから。
His nickname is JB. Because he does this weird little dance when he gets excited.
じゃあこっちの彼女は？
Do we even have to ask more? That was too specific. Then who's the girl?
わかんない。
I don't know.
どうだ
Well,
彼女も私たち研究者の間ではかなり有名な子よ。
she's pretty famous among us
クリスだっ
scientists.
て当
Chris
然
would
知ってる
definitely
は
know
ずだ
her.
わ。
仮にカガリがクリスの記憶を
It
持っ
looks
て
like
いる
even
と
if
しても
Kagari does have Carisa's
完全に
memories,
全てを思い
she
出せて
can't
いる
recall
わ
them
け
all
じゃないみたい
perfectly.
だ
And that's how it had seemed yesterday too.
記憶として呼び起こされるものと
Maybe there's some
So
things she
じゃ
can
ないもの
remember,
があるんじゃ
and
ないか。
other things she can't.
だからってこの程度じゃまだ
That doesn't mean we can say for sure that these are Carisu's memories yet. What, was she right about the JB thing?
彼らの
About
こと
Tony
くらい
Brown?
調べれば誰だってわかることだもの。
Anyone could find out. I mean, sure, but why would well, okay, you don't know who this person is supposed to be. If she did know, I was gonna say, why would a child from the future who came to the past, got lost, and grew up with missing memories and everything, why would she know anything? Why would she do research on these people? But Maho doesn't know that, so. Anyone could find out about these two with a little research.
かがりさん、
Kagari,
もう少し突っ込んだ質
can I
問
ask you some more
してもいい？
questions?
うん。
Okay.
去年の冬、
Last
私とク
winter,
リスで
Karisu and I went to see a
映画を見
movie.
に行ったことがあるの。
ヒアジョーさんとクリスが
You and Karisu did.
意外？
Is
私
that
たちだって
surprising?
たまには息
Even
抜
we
き
need a
をする
break sometimes.
普段
Normally
は
all we do is
研究ば
work.
かりだけど。
It was surprising, actually. I hadn't thought they'd interacted outside of work.
研究でちょっと詰まってた私を。
I was hitting a little wall in my research, so she took me
たま
out.
たまチケットが
She
2
said
枚
she just
ある
happened
か
to
ら
have 2
って。
tickets. That's just like how a man asks a girl on a date. She never was any good with that stuff.
その時に見た映画のタイトル、わかるかしら？
Do you know what the title of the movie was?
ボブ・ワイナー監督の彼と彼女の予感。
She actually gave an answer. But is it right? Bob Weiner's His and Her Foreboding. Oh, did she get it right? Maho gulped. That must have been the right answer.
それって最近の映画か
Is that a new movie?
聞いたことないが
I've never heard of it.
20年前の作品。そのリバイバル上
Yeah, I
映
was
だ
gonna
ったの
think it was probably an old one. Also, it would have been American. It's 20 years old. This was a revival showing. And Kaguri had guessed it. She'd known the title of a movie that Karisu and Maho had gone to see together, in private. And since it wasn't a major worldwide release, it wasn't something you could get with a lucky guess. Unless you were a stalker.
でもそれも誰か目撃していた人がいればわかることよ。
But someone could have witnessed it.
だが君が今日
Sure.
そんな質問
But
をす
how
る
would
と
they
いう
know
こと
you were
は
going to ask that
予
question?
想できなかったはずだ。かがりがそのために細か
Are
い
you
情報
saying she
まで
memorized every
全
tiny
て
bit of
暗記したと
information
で
you
も
could possibly ask about? It would be impossible, and she didn't have a reason to bother anyway.
私だってそのくらいのことわかってるわ。
I mean, yeah, there's no reason for this because the whole reason why this was brought up was because, and suddenly I forget his name. I was literally about to say his name and then immediately wiped from my head. But it's because he brought this up. Can I? Dang it. Actually, no, wait. No. Context. Luca go. Luca. Suddenly Luca's name disappeared from my head. But it's because Luca brought this up. Unless she intentionally tried to do this in front of Luca, hoping Luca would come to us. Which is some real 5D chess. The only reason this is even a thing right now is because Luca brought it up. It's not like I don't know that. I could tell from the pain expression on her face that Maho was struggling with something. I was starting to realize what it was. She didn't want to admit it. She didn't want to admit it was possible. It was winter, but Kaguri's forehead was dripping with sweat again. Going through her confused memories may have been putting a lot of stress on her.
これぐらいにしよう。かがりがきつ
That's
そうだ
enough. This looks like it's hard on Kaguri.
待って、最後にもう
Wait,
一つだけ聞か
just
せ
let
て。
me ask one more question.
いいよ、
Yeah,
どうぞ。
okay. Go ahead. Kaguri nodded and motioned for her to go ahead.
子供の頃、あなたが一番大切にしていたものは何？
Is that really the one you want to go with? That feels specific, but after Kurisu died, I feel like that information could have been learned, could have gotten out. What was your greatest treasure when you were a kid?
子供の頃。
When I was a kid?
それはアメリカに移住
Even
して
after
か
you
らも
moved to America, you
ずっ
always
と
kept it
部
in
屋
your
に置
room.
いてあったイルカのぬいぐるみ
Wait, she answered.
水族館に行った時
A
パ
stuffed
パが
dolphin.
買ってくれた
Dad bought it for me when we went to the aquarium. Did you just Oh, you went to the sofa. I thought she just like fell to her knees or something. Maho sighed and sunk onto the sofa.
合ってるのか？
Is she right?
昨日
Yep.
クリ
Carice's
スの
mom
お
told
母
me
さんが
about it.
電話で
on the
教
phone
え
last
てくれ
night.
たわ
Okay, well maybe she's a stalker listening into your phone calls.
このことを知ってるのはクリスと
The
ご
only
両
people
親
who knew
だ
about
け
that were Karisu and her parents.
それじゃあ
I mean, her father is an asshole who ran to the Russians. They could have gotten that from him. Then
悔しいけど
I
あな
hate
た
to
の
admit
仮
it,
説を
but this hypothesis of yours, I can't rule it out.
そうか。
I see.
私
Um,
どうなっちゃうのか
what's going to
な
happen to me? Sorry, I had to yawn. I didn't have an answer. I didn't even know how this had happened in the first place. The only possibility I could think of was...
かがりさん付き合わせて悪かったわ
Kagari,
ね
sorry to make you
ゆっ
go
くり
through all
休ん
this.
で
Get some rest. Maho stood up with a serious expression on her face.
帰るのか？
You're leaving.
ええ自分なり
Yeah,
に
there's still some
ま
things
だ
I can
継
check on
承
my
でき
own.
ることは残っていそうだから
Ask her about the laptop.
それじゃあまた
I mean, we don't know if this is the real Karisu or the AI's. I don't know if the AI knows anything about the laptop. I feel like they don't. I feel like you would have asked them. Okay, see you later. Maho got up and went for the door, without bothering to look back. She seemed to be silently shutting out the entire world. I was trying to say slightly. All we could do was watch her go. Oh, now we're switching characters. Which means it's my normal voice for the narrator. Mao Hyajo stared at her computer monitor in a daze. The rest of the world was still feeling the afterglow of New Year's excitement. The last time she'd come to Japan, it was still in the heat of summer. She'd used her vacation days to come then. Her co-worker, Kurisu Makise, had suddenly died. And she wanted to see the place where she was murdered herself. Maho's feelings for Kurisu Makise were complicated. Until Kurisu had come to her lab, Maho had thought of herself a genius. She graduated high school after skipping grades, and joined a university lab while still in her teens. It was understandable that she'd feel that way. Everyone else said she was a genius too. You still are. But her pride was shattered into tiny little pieces by the arrival of Kurisu Makise. Kurisu Makise was the real thing. Maho didn't even come close to her. You're still the real thing. She had realized that she could never be as smart as Kurisu. And she realized that she didn't want to be beaten by her anyway. It would have been so much easier if she could have hated her. It would have been so much easier to hate Kurisu. But Kurisu Makise wouldn't even allow her that much. She was a dedicated scientist, and that dedication carried over to her treatment of Maho too. Maho, I think your research has the potential to change the world. If there's anything I can do to help, I will. Just say the word. Someday, she swore she'd surpass her. Someday, she swore she'd make Kurisu say that she was a smarter one. But now that would never happen. Kurisu Makase went away on a trip and never came back. Maho had been told that she'd been attacked by a robber and killed. That's a lie! But it didn't seem real. It felt like she'd come back to the lab any day now, and start arguing with the professors with that same self-satisfied smirk on her face. Until then, Maho would work on the Amadeus project, so that when Kurisu came back, she would be amazed. Amadeus. An artificial intelligence that could be loaded with an individual's memories. It was possible to digitize memories by analyzing the nerve signals relating to the memories stored in the temporal lobe. It had been Kurisu, of course, who'd proved it. And then, Maho and her team had turned that proof into usable technology. By the time Kurisu got back, she would have it all ready for the next level. She'd show it to Kurisu and astonish her. But even that hope didn't last long. She was suddenly told that the project was cancelled. Of course, she couldn't accept it. But no matter what she said, no matter how many times she argued with the professor, she couldn't get the cancellation overturned. Amadeus went to sleep at the bottom of the lab server, along with Kurisu Makase's digitized memories. Kurisu Makase's memories. Now they were in the head of another girl. How had that happened? There was only one possibility, if it was possible at all. Just like Rentaro Okabe had said.
Oh yeah.
Oh look, the bastard. Oh. She opened the door, and a large man she knew very well came inside.
Maho, どうしたんだい?
Maho, what's wrong? I thought you were
はずだね。
still on your New Year's holiday.
そういう教授こそわざわざ休み
What
の
about
日
you,
に出てきて
Professor?
るじゃないですか。
What are you doing here on your day off? Maho's mentor, Dr. Leskinen, was here in Japan for a month-long conference on artificial intelligence. Maho had come with him as his assistant. But the conference didn't take place every day, so they spent the time between sessions at the Japanese office, making presentation materials and exchanging emails.
私の場合、休みと言っても特にすることもないからね。
I like how he's trying to sound like he's not great at speaking Japanese, but he is.
それならここに来て
The voice actor.
仕事をしていた方がいい。
In my case, I don't have much to do on my days off. It's no fun sitting in the hotel, so I may as well come here and work.
だったら私も似たようなものです。
Then I guess I'm the same. For a researcher, doing research was a hobby. If nothing else, all the scientists Maho knew were like that. Of course, she'd come here today because she had assured Dr. Leskinen would feel that way. Assumed, sorry. You have a lot of things to do, don't you? Dating, for instance.
教授
Professor, if you keep that up, I'm going to sue you for sexual harassment. There's her favorite threat. Oh, anything but that. Dr. Leskinen slumped his shoulders in the unique way that Caucasians always overreacted. He seemed intent on bringing Maho and Okabe together. That's because he has ulterior motives. She and Okabe were both friends of Kurisu's, and so they talked a lot, but there was nothing more to it than that. At least, that's what she thought. Probably.
それじゃあお詫びというわけじゃないですが
Alright, in lieu of an apology, can I ask you something?
訴訟されないで済むのなら
Anything, if it will keep me out of court.
じゃあ聞きますけどアマデウスは
Alright,
今どうなっているん
what's
です
going on
か
with Amadeus right now? You should know the answer to that. Right now, there's no plans to continue the project.
それは分かってます。
I know
私が
that.
聞きたいのは
What I'm asking
ア
is,
マデウスのデータは
what
どうな
happened
って
to the
いるか
Amadeus
という
data?
ことです。
研究室のサーバーに保管され
It's
てい
saved
る
on the
ね
lab server, right?
誰かがアクセスしたり持ち出したりは
Nobody else accessed it or took it out? Leskinen's eyes narrowed, and he slowly shook his head. See, she doesn't know that he's a bad guy, so she's asking these carefully, harmlessly, but not carefully enough.
魔法君がなぜそんな
She's
疑
being
問
careful
を持った
just so he
の
doesn't
か
ask
私に
questions,
はわからないが
but she has to be careful so that he doesn't. It's much worse. Maho, I don't know where you got that idea, but
エムデウスへのアクセス権は
Amadeus access is limited to only a few
一部
people.
の人間にしか
And
ない
as far as I know,
不正に
no one else has
アクセス
touched
され
it.
たという事案も起こっては
That's
いない
because
は
you
ずだ
did.
少なくとも今まで私の
If
ところ
nothing
に
else,
そのよう
I
な
haven't received any
報告は
reports about
もたらされていない
私やクリスの記憶データも
Then the same goes for Maya and Karisu's memory data.
もちろん
Of course.
それじゃあ
Then,
他に私が知らない
is
人
it possible
工知能のプ
there's
ロ
some
ジェクト
other
が
AI
動いてい
project
る
going on that I don't know
なん
about?
てこともありませんか
あるわけがない我々の
Of
研
course
究
not.
チームには
You're the most important member of our research
君
team.
の力が必要不可欠だ私たちはクリスという才
We've
能を
lost Karisu.
失ったそれは大いな
And
る
it was a
損
big
失だった
loss.
が
But I think you're the only one
彼
who
女
can
が
take
い
her
なくなった
place.
穴を埋められるのはそんな君の知らないところで新たな
So
プロ
there's
ジェ
no
クト
way
な
I'd
ど
start a new project without you
そんな
knowing,
はずが
right?
ないだろう
He drinks water.
そうですか
I see. The complacent felt like a bit too much for her to take at face value. The compliment. The compliment? Isn't there supposed to be an I? The compliment felt like a bit too much for her to take at face value. There were a lot of scientists who were always looking to get a leg up on the competition. If someone else got the glory first, everything you worked on until that point would be useless. Even in the same team, there were only a few people you could really trust. But to Maho, Dr. Leskinen was one of those people. That was
質問に
intentional.
対する答えはこれでいいか
Will
な
that do for an answer?
はい
Yes.
では私からの
Then
質
I ask
問も
you
いいか
something.
い
Where did this
どう
come
して
from
急
all of a
に
sudden?
そんなこ
それは
Well,
もしかして
are you
自
worried
分
that
の
someone
秘
might
密
have
が
access to your
誰かに漏れ
secrets?
ていないかし
まあそんなところです
Yeah, something like that.
それなら心配ない
Then you didn't need to worry. Amadeus was developed so as to not share any secrets the original would want shared.
らないようにできている君だって知っているそれは保存されたデータについても
The same goes for the saved data.
仮に何者かがデータを盗んだところで
Even if someone did steal
本
it,
人がどうし
the
ても
parts the original
知られ
person
た
wants to
くない
keep secret,
部分は
the most, are kept within a black box.
エムデウスからはもちろん記憶データからも
They can't be accessed via Amadeus or from the memory data itself.
秘密が漏れるとしたら
If those secrets got out,
その記憶を持つ
it's because a living human wanted them
生身の人間
to.
からだけだね
記憶を持つ生身の
A
人
living
間
human.
そうつまり
That's
本
right.
人だけという
The
こと
original
だ
person themselves, in other words.
どうだい少しは
Well,
安心したかい
Feel better? No, because I don't trust you.
ええ
After being tortured by you, I don't trust you. Yeah, I guess so. It wasn't that she didn't trust Dr. Liskinen. You shouldn't. But she couldn't relax until she'd seen for herself that no one had taken the data. Maho only thought it was possible to believe something after you'd seen it yourself. That's how she thought a scientist should be. But right now, she didn't have the access rights to do so. So in the end, she was stuck with her doubts. She knew this was going to happen, but she couldn't stop herself from asking anyway.
あら、二人ともいたのね。
I didn't expect to see you two here. Dr. Reyes walked through the door just as she finished her conversation with the professor.
まったく、せっかくのホリデーだと
Christ,
いうのに。
don't you two know it's a holiday?
レイエス教授こそ
What about you, Dr. Reyes?
私はホテルにいても
I've got nothing to do in my hotel. Mao exchanged a glance with Dr. Leskinen, then shrugged. That's just how scientists were.
なになに、なんなのよ。
What? What's going on?
なんでもないです
It's nothing. She and Dr. Leskinen laughed at Reyes' confusion. This is wrong. You just put the apostrophe. I like how the game goes back and forth between doing that correctly and not doing it correctly. The first one did that too. But the doubts in her mind lingered. Oh, back to Okabe. Now the question is, how close am I to an ending? I guess I'll keep going a little more. Karisu's memories were inside Kaguri's head. Several days had passed since I'd begun to suspect my hypothesis was correct.
ごめんなさいオカリンさんにはいろいろ迷
I'm
惑
sorry,
かけちゃっ
Ocarine.
て
I've caused a lot of trouble for you.
別に
No,
迷惑だなんて思っ
it's
てない
nothing, really. And I think Lukako and Mayuri are doing a lot more for you than me.
ルカ子やマユリの方がいろいろと気を配ってくれてる
In
はずだ
fact, Mayuri and Lukako were doing a very good job of taking care of her. Mayuri may not have realized it, but Kaguri looked up to her as a mother figure. And after living under the same roof for so long, Lukako had come to care for her a lot.
そんな僕なんてただ話し相手
That's
にな
not
るくらい
true.
で
All I'm doing is giving her someone to talk to.
マユシーこそ何の役にも
Mayushi's
立ってあ
sorry
げられなくて
that she can't do more, you know?
ううんそんなことない
No,
よ
that's not true.
ルカ君はすごく
Luca's being really
よくしてくれてる
nice,
し
and just having mommy around makes me
いて
happy.
くれるだけで嬉しいし
Mayuri fidgeted in embarrassment when she heard the word mommy. I could understand why. It must feel strange to be called mommy at her age, especially by someone who was older than she was.
ねえママ
Hey, mommy,
何
what is it?
ギュッてしていい
Can I give you a hug?
ギュッ
A hug?
子供の頃にママがよくやってくれた
Can I give you a hug like you always used to do for me when I was little?
わあ照れちゃう
Fue, wow, I'm blushing.
なダメ
I can't.
ううん
No, go ahead. This is a hug? Mayuri smiled and nodded, and Kaguri gave her a big hug with a huge grin on her face.
かがりちゃんいい子いい子
Kaguri, you're such a good girl. Mayuri never asked for details, but she seemed to sense what was happening to Kaguri. She probably understood that this was the best time best thing she could do right now.
ママ
Mommy. It was strange. Kaguri was a lot older, but when they were like this, they really did look like mother and child.
ありがとうママ
Thank you, Mommy. Kaguri slowly moved away from Mayuri. She looked a lot calmer than she had a moment ago. It was probably okay to talk to her now.
それで、かがり、
So, Kaguri,
調子はどうだ？
how are you doing?
調子か
How am I doing?
ね、なん
Hmm,
だかよくわからな
I
い
guess
かな
I don't know.
よくわからないとは？
You don't know.
ふとした瞬間に思い出すこと
Sometimes I
が
find
ある
myself
んだけ
remembering
ど
things,
そ
but
れが
I don't know if they're
自分の
Kurisu's
ものなの
memories
か
or
ク
my
リスさ
own.
んのものなのか難しい数式とか実験とか
Complicated
理解
formulas.
はできてないんだけ
experiments.
ど知ってる
It's like I don't
みたいな。
understand them, but I know them. Kaguri's only memories were of her time as a child and the time since Lukago's father's friend had found her. Kurisu's memories would appear sometimes and fill the gap in between. I couldn't even imagine how that must have felt.
ねこの前もね パパのこ
Just a
と
while
を
ago,
思い出したの
I remembered
子供
Daddy.
の頃
It was
パパ
when
に
Daddy
褒
told
め
me
ら
I
れ
did
た
good
時
when I
の
was
記
little.
憶
Is that a Kurisu memory?
それを思い出してなんだかすごく
Actually,
嬉しか
no.
ったんだ
Would
け
that
ど
be?
ね
Because Kurisu's dad was very unhappy about Kurisu being very intelligent. Although didn't he compliment her at first and that's what sent her down that path? And then he got mad at it? I remembered that, and it made me really happy.
でも私赤ちゃんの頃
But
に
my parents died
両
when I
親
was a
死んじ
baby.
ゃったし
And
そ
then
れから
Mommy
は
Mayuri raised
マユリ
me.
ママに育ててもら
I
っ
don't
た
know
か
who my
ら
dad is.
パパなんてだけど自分が
But
経
even
験
though it
した
wasn't my
こ
own
とじゃない
experience,
のに
I
褒
really
められ
felt
て
happy when he
嬉しい
praised
ってい
me.
う感情は確か
Yep,
にあっ
Kurisu.
てそう考えてると
And
頭の
that just made my
中
head
が
feel all
ぐ
funny.
ちゃってなっちゃって
Kaguri grimaced and held her hand in her hands. How did I switch that? Held her head in her hands. The first time I'd met her, I'd been surprised by how much she looked like Kurisu. But talking to her like this, I realized how different she was. The way her expression was constantly changing, and the way she always slightly overreacted, was actually more like Mayuri. Was that because they were mother and child?
そのクリスの記憶は
Do Kurisu's memories come out often?
うん前に比べると
Yeah,
頻繁
a
に
lot
な
more
った
than
か
they
も
used to, maybe.
そうか。
I see. It's slowly taken over?
かがりちゃんどうなっちゃう
Hey,
のかな
Ocarine! What's going to happen to Kaguri?
本来ならちゃんとした
Normally,
専門機
the
関
best thing we
で
could do
検
is
査
to
して
get
も
her
らうの
looked
が
at by a
一番
team of
いいんだが
specialists. But given her position, it wasn't that easy.
あんまり検査はしたくないな
I don't really want an exam.
子供の頃も
That
ね
was all I did when I
検
was
査ば
little.
っかりしてたから
そうなのか？
Yeah?
うん PTSD を治す
They
た
said
め
it
だ
was
っ
to
て
treat my
言って
PTSD. So she didn't seem eager to be looked at either, huh? If more of Kurisu's memories woke up, what would happen to her? I still want to know who she even is. Because she's not Kaguri. Unless it's time travel shenanigans. But on the other world line, this person didn't exist, and Yuki revealed herself to be Kaguri, so... Would she be Kaguri Shiina, with the memories of Kurisu Makise? Or would she become Kurisu Makise? A person's personality was more than just the sum of their memories. But memories were an important part of it. Once she had Kurisu's memories, what would happen to her? At this point, no one knew. It was quite possible that up until now, no one had ever shared a person's memories before.
あ、まゆりちゃん、時間。
Oh, Mayuri, it's time.
あ、本当だ。
You're right.
ねえ、
Hey, Ocarine,
この後、
can you take care of
かが
Kaguri?
りちゃんのことを任せていいかな。これから学校で
We've got a meeting at school about our post-graduation
会が
plans,
あるんだ。
and we have to go.
まゆしーたち、どうしてもすみません。
I'm sorry.
謝るなって。
Don't apologize.
心配しなくていい。
And don't worry, I'll take her
かがり
home.
はちゃんと家まで送っていくから。
ありがとうございます。
Is something gonna happen on the way home? Thank you.
それじゃあ、かがりちゃん。
Okay,
また
Kaguri.
明日
See you tomorrow.
うん、ママ、また明日。
Bye, Mommy. See you tomorrow. Once Mayuri and Lukako were gone, it was just me and Kaguri in the room. Don't get any weird thoughts. After the problems with Kaguri's memories started coming up, I've been having her hold off on her job at the Brawn Tube workshop. But I was still having her come here as much as possible during the day, in case something happened. Suzuha and Tenoji were downstairs. That alone made me feel better.
うーん、
I suddenly felt Kaguri looking at me.
どうした？
What's wrong?
ね、改めて考えると、こうして
I
お
hope she's
か
not
り
saying
ん
this
さ
as
んと
Kaguri,
話し
or
て
as
る
not
っていう
as
のが
Kurisu.
不思議だな。
I just realized how strange it is to be talking with you like this, Ocarine.
不思議？
Strange.
だ
Why?
って私にとってのオカリンさんはお話の中の
Because to
人
me,
だったんだ
you
も
were
ん。
always just this person I heard stories about.
お話の中。
Stories.
うん。
Yep,
丸おじさんや
Uncle Daru and
ママから
Mommy
聞
would
く
tell me about
お
you.
話の中の人。
That's right. According to Suzuha, I was going to die in 2025. That's this year. Which meant that in Kaguri's time, I was no longer alive.
ママはね、いっつもオカリンさんの話を
Mommy
して
talked
た
about you
よ。
all the time.
オカリンがママを助けてくれた。
Ocarine saved your
オカリン
mommy.
がママの
Ocarine is
彦星
mommy's
様なんだよ。
Hikoboshi.
あいつ未来になっても
She still talks like
そ
this
ん
in
な
the
こと言って
future.
いるのか。
And now it's my turn to be embarrassed.
だからね、私もずーっと
So I
気
always
になって
wondered
たんだ。
who this Ocarine person
マ
was,
マがそんなに
that my mom
大
cared
切
so
に
much,
思ってるオカリ
cared
ンさん
about so
って
much.
みんなが話題にする岡部倫太郎っていう人
Who
が
was this Rentaro Okabe that everyone talked about?
もしかしたら
Maybe I always admired you a little.
からかうのはよしてく
Stop
れ。
teasing me.
オカリンさんたら照れちゃってる。
You're blushing, Ocarine. Kaguri clearly had the upper hand here.
ね、でも
Oh,
そういう意味で
but
は
that's probably true of Kurisu Makise
って
too.
人もそうかな。
That she admires me?
クリス
Or that they talk about her? Kurisu.
うん。マキセクリス
あ
っていう人の名前も
Yeah,
ママやダルお
Mommy
じ
and
さん
Uncle
の口
Daru
に
used to
よ
talk
く
about
残
Kurisu
ってたか
Makise
ら
all the time.
ずっと昔に亡くなっちゃ
She
ったの
died
に
so long ago.
そんなに影響のあ
I
る
wonder
人
what kind of
って
person could have that
どんな
much
人だ
influence
ろ
on
う
things.
って
その
What?
マユリは
What did Mayuri say about her?
オカリンさんの大切な人だって。
She said she was the person you love. The person I loved. For me, that was an undeniable truth. But that wasn't true for the rest of the lab. In this worldline, Mayuri had never met Kurisu, and I'd tried as much as possible to avoid bringing her up. But thanks to me, even in the future, she'd still feel that way.
そうだ。今から買い物に行く
I
んだ
know.
が。
I'm going
よかったら一緒に来ないか
Wanna come with me?
買い物？
Shopping?
ああ。まだこの辺りのことを
You still don't know this area well, do you?
いいの？
Can I?
もちろんだ。
Of course. After what happened in the last worldline, it was probably a good idea to keep her from going outside too much. But she probably needed a change of pace. Hope you don't regret this. It was still afternoon. As long as we stuck to busy streets, we'd probably be fine. All you have to do is walk up behind you, stick a gun in your back, or at least something that feels like a gun in your back, and tell you to be quiet and do as they say. And just lead you somewhere private from a crowd. Didn't that happen once in the first game?
やった。実はね、いろいろ欲しいもの
Yay.
もあったんだ。
There's actually a lot of things I've been wanting.
欲しいもの
Things?
日用品
Just
と
some
か
basic
いろ
necessities.
いろね。
ルカ子が用意してくれてるんじゃない
Isn't Lukako getting you those things?
そうだけど、でもほら、
Yeah,
ル
but
カ君
he's a
だって
boy, right?
男の子でしょ
So I don't want to ask him for too
だから
much.
いろいろ頼んじゃうのも悪いなって。
True. Even if he was beautiful, Lukako was a guy. There was some things he just wouldn't understand.
それじゃあ
Okay, let's go. Yeah.
やっぱりすごいよね。
Wow, this really is amazing. Kaguri's eyes were shining as she looked up and down the street.
人も多いし、お店もたくさんあるし。
There are so many people
ここ
and
が
so many
秋葉原
stores.
と同じ街だとは
It's hard to believe it's the same
思えないな。
Akihabara.
未来の秋葉原はどんなところ
What's Akihabara like in the future?
一言で言うと、
The best way to describe it is
そうだな。
a
瓦
pile of
礫の
rubble.
山
Well,
かな。
that goes for more than just Akihabara, though.
秋葉原に限ったことじゃないんだけどね。
Suzo had said that the Third World War would start soon, which meant that a young Kagari would have only known the world after that horrible war. Of course, that was all my fault. Probably. I mean, indirectly for not changing the future, but also. If I did what Suzuha wanted and went back to July 28th, would the world line change so that the Third World War never happened? Impossible. The world lines were going to converge no matter what I did.
あ、オカリンさん、もしかして自分のせいだなんて思っちゃってる？
Okay, Kurisu. Oh, Ocarine. Are you telling yourself that it's your fault? I gasped. She'd read my mind.
その反応は図星だね。でも、その考えはダメ。
Why is she
バッテ
talking
ンな
different?
のだ。
I guess so. But you can't think that. Nope.
私の知る限り、
As far as I
ママ
know,
も太郎おじさん
nobody,
も
not
誰も
Mommy
オカリ
or
ンさ
Uncle
んを責
Daru,
めてなんて
blamed
いな
you.
かったよ。
That's because they believed in me.
だってママたちはみんな信じてたから。
Yep,
オカリンさ
because
ん
they all
が
believed that
い
you
つ
would
か
do
や
it
って
someday.
くれるって。ね、その
What was
シュタインズ
it?
ゲート
Stein's
だっ
Gate?
け？
They believed
そこ
you'd
に
lead us
導
there.
いてくれるって。
I knew Kaguri was trying to make me feel better. And that Mayuri and Daru would probably never blame me. But those words just made it worse. Because I'd given up on everything.
うわあ、ごめんなさい。
Oh, I'm sorry.
え
Huh?
別に追い込むつもりとかじゃなかったんだ
I
け
didn't mean to
ど。
make you feel bad. I must have had a pretty dark look on my face.
あ、いや
No,
俺の方こそすまない
I'm the one who should apologize.
でも
But I'm not.
ストップストップ。 今日はそういうの
Stop.
はなし。
Stop.
せっかく
We're
外
not here
に
to
出た
talk
んだ
about
か
that
ら、
today.
もっと
I don't
楽し
get a
い
chance to go
話し
outside
よう。
often. So let's talk about something more fun, okay? Yeah. Kaguri's mind was probably filled with memories of a painful war. If nothing else, those were her only memories as Kaguri Shiina. But she was still trying to make me feel better. Even if they weren't related by blood, she really was Mayuri's daughter. Still, it was hard to come up with something that was more fun to talk about.
そうだな。
Oh, I know.
せっかくだか
I
ら
want to hear about
マ
what
マの
mommy
若
was
い
like when
頃
she
の
was young.
話を聞きたいな。
マユリの
Mayuri.
あ、若いって
I
言
mean,
っても
I know she's
今
still
も
young right
若い
now,
んだけど、でももっ
but
と
when
若
she
い
was younger,
頃の話。
like when she was a hostage.
例えば人質の話と
Really?
か。
You had to phrase it like that, huh?
マユリはそんなことまで君に話しているのか
Mayuri told you about that.
私ね、
Yeah,
オカ
I
リン
love
さ
the
んの
look on her face when
話
she
を
talks
する
about
時
you.
のママの顔が大好きなの。とっても大切な宝箱を。
It's like she's softly opening the lid of a treasure chest, maybe.
その顔とその時
Her
の声
face,
と
her voice.
それを思い出
Just
すだけ
remembering it
で
makes me feel
すっ
warm.
ごくあったかい気持ちになれるんだ。
To Kaguri, Mayuri must have felt like a star shining in a world of darkness and mud. A star shining brighter than anything else in the night sky.
別に大した
It
話じ
was
ゃない
nothing,
さ
really.
大好きなおばあさんが
Her
亡くな
grandmother
って
died, and Mayuri
ず
really
っ
loved her.
と悲しんでたあいつが
She looked so sad,
今
like
に
she
も
was going to
消えてしまい
disappear
そう
any
で
minute now.
それで口から出た
And then I
痛
said
々しい
something really
セリフ
silly,
が
which he then proceeded to commit to for years. Even though it actually embarrassed him deep down.
って
You're my hostage, right? Hearing it from another person made me so embarrassed that I wanted to go hide.
若かったんだ
I was young.
若さゆえの
The
過ち
folly of
という
youth,
や
you
つ
know?
さ
It was literally only last year, dude.
それでもその言葉はママを救ってくれたんだよ
But
ね。
those words saved mommy, didn't they?
どうだろうな
I don't know. If those words meant that I was holding her back, even all the way into the future,
オカリンさん？
そんなことより
hey, are
腹
you
が減らない
hungry?
か
Let's go get
何
something
か
to eat.
食べにでも行こう
Huh? Oh, yeah. I started walking ahead in an effort to change the subject. Kaguri seemed hesitant as she tried to keep up.
何か食べたいものあるか
Is there anything you want to eat? Juicy chicken?
ね、私は何でもいいかな。
Anything's fine.
そういうのが一番困るんだ
And that's always the answer that makes things the hardest, you know.
だってこの時代の食べ物って
But
何で
everything
も
in
美味
this
しいんだ
era
もん。
tastes so
びっ
good.
くりするくらい。
It's amazing.
未来じゃ何を食べてたんだ
What did you eat in the future?
お芋とかそういうのばっかりかな。
Mostly yams and stuff.
あ、でも
But mommy would flavor them
ママが
differently
毎
every
日
day.
違う味付けしてくれてたから。
マユリが
Mayuri cooked?
うん。
Yep.
マユリの料理は
Was her cooking,
その
well,
うまかったのか
good? Well, if she's got to take care of a child, she would learn how to cook at that point. Not to mention, in a dystopian world, she probably learned to cook for everyone, and especially for herself. Yep,
そう
I see. The human animal was capable of growth, it seemed. Well, Yuki had been teaching her a lot lately. Also true. Maybe that had paid off.
だから私は何でもいいよ。
So anything's fine. Really. Alright. Oh god, why? Why? Welcome back, Meowster. Oh, Ocarine! And Kagari-nya, too! I'd chosen to stop by May Queen 9 Squared, and it was packed. Oh, it's packed? Let's leave. It's busy today. That's right. We just started an anime tie-in campaign, yeah? Come to think of it, there was a sign out front with some anime characters on it. I'd seen those characters all over town. So the place is packed, yeah? If you're willing to wait 30 minutes, I can seat you, yeah?
そういうことならまた今度にするよ。
We'll take a rain check then, okay? Thank God. Yeah, let's come back someday when it's a little slower. My apologies, guys. Thank God. We left May Queen 9 Squared and walked around for a bit. But it was lunchtime, and every place we saw was crowded. Wow, there's people everywhere.
まったくだ。
That's right.
わざわざ外で
They
飯
should
なん
all
か食わ
just
ず
eat
に
at home instead of going
家
outside.
で済ませればいいもの。
Okay, well, why don't you go eat at home then?
でもそれって私たちにも当て
But
はまるよ
that
ね
goes for us too, doesn't it? Now then, what to do?
ラボで食べよっか
Guess we should have waited 30 minutes. Glad we didn't, though. Should we eat at the lab?
言っとくが、俺は料理
Just so you
なん
know,
てできないぞ。
I can't cook.
私も
Me neither. Then that was out of the question.
簡単なものでいいよ
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
私
Let's go visit the
あれ
bakery.
食べてみたかったんだほらお湯かけて食べる
Visit the bakery and find out that Yuki hasn't been working there. Aw, don't ask for instant noodles. It doesn't have to be anything complicated. I always wanted to try that one thing. You know, the noodles you put hot water on.
カップ麺か？
Instant
あんなもの
noodles.
でいいのか？
You sure that's what you want?
ね未来だとね
In the future,
工場がいっ
a
ぱい
lot
な
of
くなっ
factories
ちゃ
go
っ
away,
て
so it's a
な
lot
かなか
harder to
手に
get.
入らなくなっちゃったんだダルおじさんがいつも
Uncle Daru
食べ
always
たい
was always
食べた
talking
い
about how he
って
wanted
言
some.
ってて
So I wondered what they
ずっと
tasted
気になっ
like.
てたの
Fine. I wanted to go to the bakery. If she was okay with that, so was I. And I had just the thing. We bought a lot of instant noodles at the local convenience store. If there were any left, Daru would probably eat them.
すっごいねカップ麺
Wow,
って
I didn't know there were so many different types of instant noodles.
今は未来と違って宝飾の
Unlike
時
the
代だから
future,
な。
there's all kinds of different
コン
ones
ビニなん
now.
かでは毎週のように
Convenience stores get new
新商
stuff
品が
almost
出る
every week.
そうなんだね
You're right.
この
So I
中
can
の
pick any of
どれを
these?
食べてもいいの
Yes, you can. Kagari looked inside the plastic bag I was holding.
もちろん。
Of
好きなのを
course.
選んでくれ。
Take your favorite.
それじゃあどれにしよっかな
Alright. Which one should I pick then?
ね
She looked just like a child, the way she put her finger to her lips, as her eyes shone.
私これにする塩味の
I'll have this one. The salt flavor. What do you mean, salt flavor?
なんなら2つでも3つでも食べてもいいぞ。
You can take 2 or 3 if you want.
本当
Really?
あーでも食べ過ぎ
Pick
ちゃう
something
と
spicy.
太っちゃうしな
Oh, but if I eat too many, I'll get fat. She had so many different expressions that I never got tired of watching them.
そういえばさっき他にも何か
Hey,
買って
didn't
き
you
て
also
くれ
get
たんだ
something
った
else
け
while
ど
we were there?
ああ、
Yup,
これだよ。
this. Let me drink some water. The heck? I took something plastic out of the bag.
これって
Is this
フォークだよ。
a fork?
箸じゃ食べづらいんじゃ
I
ないか
thought
と
it
思っ
might
て
be hard to eat with I thought it might be hard to eat with chopsticks.
自分専用のものにして。
You can keep it and leave it in the lab. This is why Bob said fork.
いいのもらっちゃって。
Is that really okay?
別に大したもの
It's
じゃない。
nothing special, really. Karisu had always wanted her own fork. I knew this didn't make up for anything. I just wanted to do it.
やったありがとう
Yay!
実はね
Thank you.
私
Honestly, I'm not very good with chopsticks. Mommy always lectured me about it.
注意されててあこれ
Oh,
先っぽに
it's got a bunny on the
ウサ
end.
ギさんがついてる
How cute!
かわいいえへへ私専用の
My own fork. This means I own two things
こ
now.
れで2つ目だ
The other must have been the keychain that Mayuri gave her.
でもなんでかな私
I don't know why,
これ
but
ずっと
it
欲し
feels
かった
like I've always
ような
wanted
気が
this.
するもしかして
Karisu wanted
こ
it.
れもクリスさんの記憶なのか
Correct.
な
Could this be one of Karisu's memories?
さあ
I don't
ど
really
うだ
know.
ろうな。
ねえオカリンさんオカリンさ
Hey,
んはク
Ocarine,
リスさんのことを
you were in love with Karisu, weren't you? Well, I think he had that covered for me. I don't think I need to repeat that. I almost choked at the unexpected change in the direction of the conversation.
大丈
Are you okay? Wha-
いきなり
where did
なんで
that come
そう
from?
夫
なる
だって大切な人っていうのは
Because
そういう
that's
こ
what
と
it
で
means
しょ
when someone is important to you, right?
でどうな
So,
の
is
好
it
きだった
true?
の
Did you love her? What will you say? She seemed genuinely interested. I guess she was the right age for that.
ま
Well,
ああいつとの出会いが
it's true
俺
that
の人生を
meeting her
大きく変え
changed
た
my
のは
life.
確かだな。
ああごまかしたずる
You
い
changed the subject. No fair.
でも
But
人生を変えるほ
I
どの
like the
大
idea of someone being
切
so
な
important
人
to you.
か
That they change your life.
なんか憧れるか
She changed everything. Past and future.
もねえオカリンさんから見て
So, Ocarine,
マキセ・クリ
what
ス
kind
さ
of
ん
person do you
っ
think
て
she
どんな
was?
人だったの
Oh, I don't think I know.
気になるか
Are you interested?
自分の頭の中にある記憶の持ち主のこと
I want to know more about the
もっと知
person
りたい
who
よ
owns these memories in my head.
俺が教えなくても
You still have her
それこそ
memories, even
記
if I
憶と
don't
し
tell
て
you,
頭の中
right?
にあるんじゃないのか
それが自分で
But I can't force myself to remember them.
思い出せないんだよね
Sometimes they just come out in fragments.
時々断片的に出てくるそれも大抵難しいこと
And it's all
ば
really
かり
complicated stuff. She was a genius.
だからもっと
So,
人間的な部分って
I
いう
want to
の
know more about what kind of person she was,
そういう
you know?
人となりとか
Kaguri had never actually met Kurisu, had she? If she was sharing the memories of someone she'd never met, it would make sense if she wanted to know more about her.
あいつは
She,
マキセクリス
Kurisu
は
Makase, was a very
とに
curious
か
girl.
く好奇心の強い
ふむふむ
I see, I see.
その上頑固で自分が正しいと思
And
った
she was
ことは
stubborn.
誰
If
に
she
何
thought she
を
was
言われて
right,
も決
she
して
would
曲
never
げるこ
back
とはなか
down,
った
no matter what.
そうなんだ
I see.
不遜で強がりで
She was
そ
arrogant
のくせ
and strong-willed,
寂しがり屋で
but also really lonely. The memories of all the conversations I had with Kurisu, and everything I'd gone through with her, came flooding back into my mind. I'd talked to her here, just like this once before. Come to think of it. Not in this world line, though.
それに
And she was scary when she got mad.
怖い？どんな風に？
Scary? How?
回答して海馬に電極
She'd say stuff like, I'll cut open your skull and jam an electrode into your hippocampus.
へえ。
And then, for some reason, she ran a few steps forward and spun around. You're not going to repeat it, are you? And then,
そんなこと言ってると解凍して海馬に電極ぶっ刺すわよ。
are you trying to make him break down in tears? You keep talking like that, and I'll cut open your skull and jam an electrode into your hippocampus. Should I cut... Should I cut open your skull and jam an electrode into your hippocampus right now? Kurisu.
なんてこんな感じ。
Was it like that? That was an innocent thing, but that hurt. That hurt a lot.
オカリンさん？
Well, she is just a kid. Or at least the memories are just a kid. I still don't understand whose body this is. Because Kaguri is Yuki right now. Not this person. So who the hell is this person? Oh.
Yeah.
No. The memories of Kurisu inside Kaguri. If they could be perfectly replicated inside Kaguri's head, would Kaguri Shiina become Kurisu Makase? It was a stupid idea. Personality and memories were different things. But even so, if... I'm concerned where you're going with that. Stop. If her memories turned into Kurisu's completely. If that happened. Stop.
オカリンさん。
Huh? Kaguri wandered back up to me and put her weight against me. It was so sudden I caught my breath. I could feel her warmth on my chest. Why does he get every woman possible? The feeling of her skin. It reminded me of Kurisu.
クリス
The sound of her pain moan brought me back to reality.
What? どうした
What's wrong, Kaguri?
頭
Uh-oh.
頭が
My head. My head.
頭が痛いのか
Your head hurts. Kaguri's body twitched in my arms. No.
もうあん
No.
なとこ帰りた
I don't want to go back.
助けて
Save me.
誰か
Someone.
出して
Someone get me out of here.
どうしたんだカガリ
What's wrong, Kaguri?
助けてママ
Save me, Mommy.
助けてくれないの
Why won't you save me? Mommy. Mommy.
落ち着け
Calm
進
down.
んだカガリ
Calm down, Kaguri. I grabbed her hands to keep her from struggling anymore. The people on the street were staring at me, but I didn't have time to think about it.
大丈夫
It's okay. It's
大丈夫
okay.
だから
オカリンさん
歩けるか
Can you walk?
とにかく
Let's get back to the
戻
lab.
ろう
If this is happening, does that mean they're going to show up? She had finally calmed down, but seemed to still be in pain. I let her lean on my shoulder as I took her back to the lab. Once we got back, she went to sleep and didn't wake up. Her headache seemed to have calmed down, but sometimes she would still moan. I contacted Mayuri and the others, and they were probably going to arrive soon, but... the word she said before. Save me. Someone. Someone get me out of here. Save me, Mommy. Why won't you save me? Mommy. Mommy. What was that? Were those fragments of her lost memories? If that was the case, then she really was. Welcome back. Just as I went to look at the clock, the door opened and Mayuri and Lukako came running in. Is Kagari okay?
ああ、今はよく眠っている。
Yeah, she's sleepy now.
よかった。
I'm so glad. She must have heard us talking, because Kagari's eyes slowly opened.
かがりさん。あれ
You okay?
ここ、どこ
Now, when you say where are you, what does that mean? Kagari? Kurisu? Or the real one? Huh? Where am I? She looked around, afraid.
落ち着いて。ここはラボですよ。
Calm down. You're in the lab.
ラボに
The lab? Japan?
そうだよ。日本
That's right. Akihabara, Japan.
日本。私、日本に。
Japan. I'm in Japan.
あ、そっか。私、交換留学で。
Wait a minute. Oh, that's right. That exchange program.
そういえば、公演の準
I
備
need to get ready for the lecture, don't I?
留学
Exchange program?
様子が変です。ね
She's acting strange.
え、おかり。
Hey, Ocarine. Exchange program. Lecture. Those were Kurisu's memories.
あれ論文は
Uh-oh.
パパに見てもらおうと思って頑
Huh?
張って書いたんだけど。
My paper. Where's my paper? I worked really hard on it so I could show it to Dad.
落ち着け、かがり。
Calm
それは
down,
君の
Kagari.
記憶じゃない。
Those aren't your memories. Kagari looked up at me in a daze.
おかりんさん。
そう。
That's
お前
right.
は椎名かがり
Your
だ
name is Kagari Shiina,
Makise
not Kurisu
Kurisu
Makase. Actually, it's not even that, I'm pretty sure.
かがり。私は
Kagari.
シーナ。
My name is Kagari. Uh-oh.
ルカ子、悪いが、かが
Lukako.
りのことを頼む。
Sorry. Can you handle this?
はい。
Yes. Kagari was confused for a while after that, but she gradually started to calm down again. Once it seemed safe to do so, I'd taken her back to Yanabashi's shrine. But maybe we weren't going to be able to look after Kagari ourselves after all. Let me drink some water. Maybe we should take her to a hospital. Was it my ego that was stopping me from doing so? It's the fact that how the hell would you explain her and her situation? I kept thinking about that as I walked along.
今日はマユシーも一緒に泊まることにす
Mayushi's
る
gonna
ね
stay over tonight, okay?
ああ、
Yeah,
そうしてもら
that
え
would
る
be a
と
big
助かる
help. It would make Kagari feel a lot better.
なるべく
Try to treat her like you
普段と同
normally
じように接し
would,
てやってくれ。
as much as possible.
わかった
Yeah, okay. I told her to contact me right away if anything came up, then headed back to the lab.
かがりひどいの
Hi, the waifus. Is Kagari in bad shape? And that was the first thing Suzuha said to me when I walked through the door. And she and Maho were sitting on the sofa. I told them about the situation already via Ryan. But they were still worried anyway, probably.
今は落ち着いてるが、
She's calmed down now,
一時はかなり混
but
乱
she
し
was
てい
very
た。
confused for a while.
やっぱりクリスの記憶
Is it Karisu's memories?
ああ、
Yeah,
ここまで
at
来る
this
と、
point, I don't think there's
も
any
う
doubt.
間違いないだろう。
I still didn't know why, but inside Kagari's mind were Karisu Makise's memories. The question was how to deal with this problem. There were limits to what we could do on our own. The most we could hope to do was figure out how this had happened. That wouldn't be a real solution. To really fix this, we needed to get her back to normal, to erase Karisu's memories, and restore the original Kagari. And for that, we needed the help of a specialist. Do not ask the professor. Maho Hiaja was a specialist in that sense. I do need to end soon, I think. My voice is slowly giving out. There was nobody else who knew as much about memories and the workings of the brain. But there was a problem. We still hadn't told her that Kagari was from the future. In this worldline, Maho didn't know Suzuha and the others that well. Of course, she didn't know about the future of the time machine. Was it okay to tell her? On one of the endings it was not okay because she had brainwashing, where the moment you told her, she was activated. So, probably don't tell her, because I don't know if the brainwashing's on her right now. It probably is.
ねえあなたたちはかがりさん
Hey,
とどうやって知り合
How
った
did you
の
guys meet Kagari?
漆原さんのところに来る前は
I wonder what she was up to before she came to Urashibara's house.
かがりは千葉の県境で倒れていたところを助けられた
Kagari was found near the prefectural border in Chiba.
意識を取り戻した時
When
点
she
で
woke up, she didn't have any memories of what had happened before. That was the same as the last world line.
でも子供の頃の記
But she
憶は
had
ある
her
んでし
memories
ょ
of when she was a kid, right?
鈴葉さんは
You knew her, didn't
彼
you?
女と知り合いだったのよね子供の頃の彼女はどこ
Where
で
was she
何
when
を
she
し
was
て
a
いたの
kid? She's asking questions. Suzu can't answer her. The heck? Is Kagari okay? She's fine. Don't worry. Aren't you the one that's with her? What do you mean? But... I'm so worried. You getting worried will just make things worse. Show her a smile. Yeah. This is harder for Kagari than any of us. We need to cheer her up. You're right. Thanks, Ocarine. Suzuha looked at me silently. She felt responsible for what Kagari was going through right now, probably. I could see in her face that she wanted to bring back the old Kagari somehow.
おじさん、どうする？
Uncle,
ヒヤジョーさんに話して
what do
も
we do? Can we tell her? If she is a brainwashing, no. Maho was a scientist. Sorry, Dion. If we told her the truth, she'd be sure to take an interest in time travel. She might start working on the time machine. This was a big risk. But if we want to save Kagari, we don't have a choice, I guess. I thought for a moment, then nodded. My priority right now was helping Kagari. Suzuha nodded back, and then turned to face Maho.
今から話すことを知っているのは
Only a very few
ごく
people know what I'm
一部の
about to
人間
tell
しかい
you.
ないだからヒヤジョーさんも
So make sure you don't tell anyone,
他の誰
okay?
かに漏らしたりはしない
She will if she's brainwashed.
なんなの急に
What's all this about? Maho seemed overwhelmed by the sudden chill emanating from Suzuha. But Suzuha kept talking.
冗談に聞こえるかもしれない
It
け
may
ど
seem like a joke, but it
冗
isn't.
談なんかじゃないんだ約束できるか否か
Can you promise or not?
答えは
Pick
2つに1つだ
Maho looked at me, hesitant. But she must have seen something in my face.
わかったわ
But
誰にも
fine,
言わない
I won't tell
約束
anyone.
する
I promise. She nodded.
それじゃあまずはさっき
Alright,
の質問の答
I'll
え
start by answering your first question.
子供の頃
Where were Kagari and I when she
私
was
と
a
カナ
kid?
リがどこで何をしていたか私たちは
We were living in 2036, after the Third World War
未だ
ended.
各地で内
and
戦
civil
が
wars
続く
raged
戦
on
時下に
everywhere.
暮らしていた
Maho's mouth hung open for a second, but soon her cheeks flushed with anger. She said this wasn't a joke.
からかわないで人が真剣に聞いてる
Don't
の
make
に
fun of me. I'm being serious here. Suzuha remained silent. Her eyes were ice cold, and staring straight into Maho's.
ヒヤジョーさん
Hyajo,
鈴葉が最初に忠告したはず
Suzuha
だ
warned you at the start.
これは
This isn't a fictional
作り
story,
話でも冗談
and
で
it
も
isn't
ない
a joge.
鈴葉とカガリは
Suzuha and
25
Kagari
年
came
後の
from
未来から
25
やっ
years
て
in
き
the
た存在
future,
なんだ
in a time machine.
タイムマシンでな
タイムマシンそんな
In
も
a
のが
time
作れ
machine?
るわけが
There's no way you could make...
その理論の大元を作
Even
った
if I
の
told you it was Kurisu
マキ
Makase
セクリス
who
タと
came
言
up
っ
with
て
the
も
basic theory.
か
Oh, now you're listening. Yeah, that got your attention. The second I said Kurisu's name, the anger vanished from her face.
そんなの
That... can't... She's got her composure back?
わかった
Fine.
聞くだけは
I'll
聞
listen
く
to
わ
what you have to say. Suzuha and I told her almost everything. How I met Kurisu. About the D-mails. Everything but us killing her, right? About what happened in the Alpha worldline. The development of the time machine. Mayuri's death. Attractor field theory. What happened in 2036. What was going on with Kagari. The one thing I didn't tell her was the truth about Kurisu's death.
とりあえず話を整理させて
Just give me a moment to process all that.
つまり鈴
What
葉
you're
さん
telling
とカガ
me
リ
is
さんは
that Suzuha and
岡部
Kagari
さんに未来を変え
came
て
here
も
from
らう
the year
ために
2036 to have Okabe
2036年
change
か
the
らやってき
future, right?
たとそういうの
Yes.
ね
And we clearly also didn't tell her that doing that means to save Kurisu.
そうだよ
That's right. Maho sank into the sofa and sighed.
岡部さんにそんな
Okay,
大層
damn,
なこと
woman.
ができるとは思
I
え
mean,
ない
you're
わ。
right. At least in this world line. I can't imagine Okabe being capable of pulling something like that off.
たった一人の人間に
I
全
can't
人
believe
類
the
の
fate of
命
all
運が
humanity
かかってい
rests
る
on
な
a
ん
single
て。
person. Not a single person. I have my crew. It rests on all of us. But yes, on Okabe. Or rather, Kiyoma.
俺だって無理だと思っている。
I don't think I can do it either. I'd given up, actually. On the entire future.
到底信じられない話ではある。
It's not really believable, but... But
でも、あなたの言った
the
その
theory
理
you
論なら
described might allow for a
確か
time
に
leap,
タイムリープ
yes.
は可能かもしれない。それに何より、そ
And
の
more
理
than
論の
anything,
元を作ったのは
it was Karisu who came up with that theory, right?
だったら
Then it's
検
worth
証
looking
に値
into.
するわ。だってあの子は
Because
天才だ
she
もん。
was a genius. Her words together seemed like a mixture of admiration, jealousy, and envy.
信じるんだな。
So you believe it, yeah?
その代わり、今度見せてほしいわ
In
ね。
exchange,
そのタイムマ
I
シ
want you
ン
to
を
let me see that time machine. I mean, you can see that it exists. You can't look any deeper.
乗ってきたって言うならあるんでしょ？どこかに。
If you came here in it, it still has to be around, right?
ある。すぐ近くにね。
It is. It's very close.
検証作業は必要だけど、
I'll need to look into
と
this,
りあえず
but I've
あ
decided
な
to
た
believe
た
you
ち
for
の
now.
話を信じることにす
So I
る。
want you to help me to believe.
だからわかった。
Alright. There was no hesitation in her voice.
ありがとう。
Thank you. If Suzaha said it was okay, it wasn't my place to speak. If Maho was going to help, and that was all that mattered.
話をかがりの件に戻そ
The problem is, showing her the time machine, the location of it and everything is bad. Actually, the professor wants to know the location, but the professor has Kagari under his control, and Kagari knows where it is. Let's get back to Kagari.
う。さっきも言ったように、
Like I just told you,
はぐれたのは、
she's separated from
彼女が
Suzaha
10
when she was
歳の頃。
10,
そしてそれ以降、
and we have no idea
先
where
月
she
になっ
was
て見
until
つか
she
る
was
までの
found
足
last
取り
month.
は、俺は
I'm
その
thinking
間、
she may not have been in Japan.
彼女が海外にいたんじゃないかと考えている。
For how long? I had no way of knowing. It may have been the whole time, or perhaps only a week.
オカリンおじさんの仮説だと、
Uncle
ビクトル・コン
Okarin's
ドリア大学にいたこ
hypothesis
とになるね。
is that she was at Victor Krondia's university.
あ
Yeah,
あ、そして、
and that in some form
何
or
らかの
another,
形で
she made contact with
アマデウスと接
Amadeus.
触した。
Or with the professor, which is definitely the truth. The look on Maho's face was one between acceptance and resignation. She sighed loudly. A copy of Karisu's memory data had been saved for use by Amadeus. This data was the only possible source for the memories within Kagari's head. Her words today had only strengthened my theory. Exchange program. Lecture. These fragments of memories were all from before she'd come to Japan. The memory data had last been saved just before she'd come to America. And that was another match.
この前、レスキネン教授に確認してみたんだけど、
I just checked with
クリ
Dr.
スの記
Leskinen
憶
a
デ
while
ータ
ago.
は凍結されたまま、
Karisu's memory data has been sealed
誰
away,
もアクセスできない
and
は
no
ず
one
だ
can
と言って
access
い
it,
た
he
わ。
said. He's a liar.
ただ、
But
それが事実
I
かど
don't
うか
have the
を確か
authority
め
to
る
check
権
that for
限は、
myself.
それに、プロジェクト
And
が
it's
凍
possible
結され
someone
る
took the
前
data
に
before the project
何
was
者
shut
かがデ
down.
ータを持ち出したことだって考えられるし、
持ち出すことのできる人間は
The only people who could have done that were people involved with the Amadeus research, right?
そうとは限らない。外部からサーバーに
Not
侵入すれば
necessarily.
誰にだってできること
Anybody
よ。
could do it if they hacked the server. Anyone was an exaggeration. Your average person wouldn't have a clue. You'd have to be a super hacker.
問題は目的ね。
The question is why? If your theory's right,
なぜ
why
そ
would
ん
they
なこ
want
と
to
を
do
する
that?
必要があったのか。
See, she has the laptop, I think, but no one's chasing after the laptop yet. If people were chasing the laptop, then she would hazard a guess right now. The most obvious possibility was that someone wanted to access Karisu Makase's mind. But Amadeus should suffice for that. There was no need to move her memories into another person's brain. And why would they want her mind that badly anyway? She was a genius, sure, but she'd only published a single paper. There was no reason to think it would be that important to anyone. Unless...
もしクリスの記憶
What
の
if
中
someone
に
knew that the basic theory
タ
of
イム
time
マシン理論
travel
の基
was
礎があ
locked
る
in
ことを
Karisu's
何者か
memories?
が知ったとしたら
Someone out there would want it.
でもクリスがその理論に行
But
き着いたのは
Karisu arrived at that
あ
theory
な
in
た
the
の
other
言う
world line you
別
were
の
telling me
世界
about, right?
線なんでしょ。
中鉢論文を知ってるか
Have you ever heard of Dr. Nakabachi's paper?
中鉢それってロシアに
Nakabachi?
亡命した？
The guy who sought asylum in Russia. Oh, that douchebag.
そうだ
That's right.
例の論文には私も
I
軽
took
く
a
目を
look at
通し
it,
たけど、
and calling it a
とて
paper
も論文と言える
is
もので
being
は
way
なか
too
ったわ。
kind.
あれは劣化コピー
I
だと
think
俺
it's an
は考えて
inferior
いる
copy. And there was
オリジ
another
ナルが
version,
別に存在す
an
るんだ
original.
一体
Let me drink
何
some
の
water.
話？
What are you talking about?
ドクター中鉢の本名は
Dr. Nakabachi's real
牧
name
瀬正
is
一クリスの
Shoichi's Makise.
実の
He's
父だ
Karisu's real father. Yeah, now you get it, don't you? I thought back to what I saw that day. Uh-oh. Don't get PTSD.
私も考えてみたの。タイムマシンは作れるの
I've
かどう
also
か
been thinking about whether it's possible to create a time machine.
読んで。
Read
パパの意
this.
見を聞かせて
I
ほ
want
しい。
your opinion, Dad.
悪くない内容だ。
It's not bad.
本当？
Really?
この論文はパパと
I
共
think
同
maybe we
書
could
いてもいい
publish
と
it
私は思って
under both our names. Yeah, no, he doesn't want your name on it.
学会には出すな。これは私
Don't publish this. I'll take it.
そういえば
Come to think of it,
クリスが日本に行く
I
前に言って
remember
た
her
の。
saying before she left
父親
Japan
に会うって。
that she was going to see her dad.
新しい理論の発表会を
He
す
was
るらしく
announcing a
て
new theory,
その招待状
and
が
she'd
来
been
たっ
given
て
an invitation. That day, Nakabachi had stolen Karisu's paper. And after he'd gone to Russia, he'd published his own paper. I hadn't seen it myself. Whenever I thought about it, I always thought about what I'd seen that day, and what happened right after. So I'd been avoiding it. But I heard the professors at school talking about it. It was so terrible that it had become something of a running gag. How do you screw up that bad? She gave you the framework, and now you're a laughingstock to everyone. How are you that stupid? But if it was just a bad copy of an original, if what had been published was just Nakabachi's own reinterpretation of Karisu's theory, and her original still existed somewhere else. That's right. Karisu had written the original theory. It had to be better than that. She'd actually succeeded in making the time leap machine.
それじゃあその論文の存在を
Then
知
you
った
mean
誰かが
someone found out about
ク
this
リスの
paper
記憶からタイムマ
and
シ
is
ン
trying
に
to get
関
the
する理
theory
論を
needed to
取り
make
出
a
そうと
working
してい
time
るって
machine
こと
out of Kurisu's brain?
第三次世界大戦が
The
起きた
cause of the
きっかけ
Third
は
World War
EU
was the
とロシアによるタイムマシ
intensification
ン
of
競
the
争の
race
過熱なんだ
for the time machine between the EU and Russia.
そこにアメリカまで横やりを入れて
Even America started to get
収拾がつ
involved,
かなくなった
and it got completely out of hand.
まさに時代
Things
は
are
歴史
proceeding
通りに
exactly
動
as
き出
history
してい
said
る
they would. Those people had attacked the lab in the last worldline. Tennoji had said they weren't Japanese, but they were military. Some military wanted Kurisu's time machine theory. I'm worried about Kagari. Believe in us. Oh. Right. That's right. I believe in you more than anyone, Okabe. Of course. And Hashida and Maho, too. If there's anything I can do, let me know. I'll do anything. He really wants to be involved. I'll let you know. Anyway. That would explain why they chose to download her memories into Kagari's mind. Amadeus would never talk about something that I didn't want to talk about. But someone with a fragmented mind might. But what about a human? There were truth serums and torture methods. A human could be forced to talk, maybe. Maybe they'd done that to Kagari. Of course, this was just a guess. But if it was a military that had tried to kidnap Kagari, it was quite possible.
記憶のデータを脳に移植する
Moving memory data into a brain, huh?
可能なんだろう。
It's
今の技
possible,
術だと
right? Even with modern technology.
クリスはそれを成し遂げた。
Kurisu succeeded in
それは
it.
クリスが
And
研
she said it
究
was
して
an
いたことの
application of her
応用
own
だと言ってい
research.
た。
ええそうね可能よ
Yeah, that's right. It's possible.
それに
And that's what Amadeus was originally created
そ
to
のため
do.
に作られたものなんだし
Medical applications, wasn't it? Liskinen had talked about it at the seminar, and Maho had interpreted. At this worldline, Amadeus had been shut down, and the seminar had never happened though. Maho gave me the same explanation I'd heard before. I was right, and memory data transplants were theoretically possible.
クリスの考え出したタイムリープマシンだってその応
Kurisu's
用だ
time
わ
leap machine is another application of this.
もっとも、
Of
そのどち
course.
らも自分
Both
の
of them
頭の中
were
に
intended to move the memories back into the original person's head,
という目的で作られたものだがな。
and Kurisu had said that even that was very dangerous.
じゃあ他人の脳に別人の記憶を
Then
移
what
植
would
す
happen
る
if you
と
tried
ど
to
うな
move
る
them to another person's head?
単純に OS の
I
違う
don't think it
PC
would be
の
as
ハードデ
simple
ィ
as
スク
copying
に
them to a
別の
hard
デー
drive
タを
on a
コピー
PC with a
と
different
いうわけに
OS.
はいかないと思うそもそも人間の
We
脳
don't
の
even
キャ
know
パ
how
シテ
much
ィがどれくらい
capacity
あ
the
る
human
のかさえ
brain
分かってい
has.
ないの容量的なことだけを言えば
In
20
terms
の
of
女性
strict
2
storage
人分の記
capacity,
憶くらいは余裕
it
で
should
保存で
easily
き
have
ると
enough
い
room
う
to
デー
store
タ
the
がある
memories
け
of
ど
two 20-year-old girls. Daro had once told me that the brain storage capacity was 3.24 terabytes.
だけど問題はそれ以外の部分
But the problem goes beyond that.
岡部さんの言う通り
Like you said,
自分自身
we're
の
still
頭
not even
に
at the
記
point
憶
of
をダウン
successfully
ロードす
downloading
ること
memories
すら
back into the
まだ
original
実
brain.
用段階には至っていないそれなのに
If you tried to copy those memories into someone else's
となる
brain,
とい
it
つ
could
そごを
cause
起こし
serious
てもおかしくないわ
inconsistency problems. Well, when you're desperate, you'll do anything, and I guess that's what they did with Kagari,
そして実際
or
に今
whoever she is.
そのエラーは
In
起きつつ
fact,
ある
we're seeing those errors start to happen right now.
このまま放っておくと
What will happen to Kagari if we don't do anything?
ひょっとしてマ
Will
キ
she
セ
turn
クリ
into
スになってし
Kurisu
まう
Makise?
のか記憶と人格は別物よ
Memories and personality are
脳
different
の中で
things.
記憶を扱うのは
Memories are controlled by the
海馬と
hippocampus
大脳
and
皮質
cerebral cortex.
一方で
Personality is
人格は
constructed by the
前頭前野の働き
prefrontal
によって形成され
cortex.
ている それらの働きはお互い
The
密接に
functions
つ
of
な
the
がっている
two
部
are
分も大きいわ。
intricately connected. Different parts of the brain had different functions, but they weren't completely independent. Memories probably played a large role in forming your personality.
2つの記憶が混在することで脳に対
The
する
mix
負
of
担
the
も
two
かな
sets
り
of
大きく
memories
なっている
is
は
probably
ず。
putting a lot of stress on her brain.
このまま放っておいた場合、
If we don't do
最
something,
悪
it could cause her
かがりさ
entire
んの人
personality
格
to
は崩壊
disintegrate.
よ。
Suzuha slammed her fist into her knees in frustration.
それを防ぐ手立てはあると思うか？
Is there some way to stop it?
かがりさんの頭の中からクリスの記憶を取り除く
The
しか
only
ない
way
で
is
し
to
ょうね。
remove Karisu's memories from Kaguri's mind.
できそうか？
Can you do it?
脳のデータが解析できれば
If I can analyze the data in her brain,
でも
yes.
できる
But
よ
how
うに
many
なる
years
として
away
も
that is,
何年先か
I don't know. Suzuha's fists were clenched so tightly, I could almost hear the sound. I could tell she was blaming herself for letting Kaguri run away.
一つ手があるとするなら
If there was a way,
もう一度過
It
去
would
の
be
か
to
がりさん
overwrite
の
her
記
past
憶を
memories again.
上書きすることかしら。
もう一度記憶
overwrite her memories.
そもそもかがりさんの記憶を操作した
I
人
don't
間
think
は
whoever altered
か
her
がりさん
memories
の記憶を
intended to
残す
leave
つも
her
りは
original
なかったと
ones.
思うの。
She might have been right. Putting two sets of memories in one mind was just asking for problems. Which means that the experiments they'd done on her had resulted in a different outcome than they intended. In a sense, they had failed. Maybe, but again, there's no way she can be Kaguri either. Yet she supposedly has Kaguri's memories. Maybe the failure was that they succeeded in the Kaguri thing? But then suddenly also tried to put in Kurisu? Or maybe it's the other way around. They put in the Kurisu, and it wasn't getting them anywhere, and then they needed a Kaguri, so they inputted Kaguri, but the Kurisu memories are still there? I don't know.
だったらもう一度かがりさんの記憶を
So if we were able to
き
overwrite
ち
her
んとした
memories
装
once
置で
more,
脳に上書きし
with
てあ
proper
げれば
equipment,
ある
it
いは
might
元
fix
通
her.
りにできる。
しかしそのためには
But we
か
don't
な
have
りの
that
記憶
memory
データが
data.
ないと。
バックアップが取ってあることを期待する
We'll
しか
just
ない
have
わ
to hope
ね。
they made backups. It's hoping for
装
a
置
lot.
はどうする？簡単に見つかればいいけど。
What about the equipment? It would be great if we could just find it somewhere, but
ないなら作ればいいわ。
if it doesn't exist, we can make it.
そんな簡単に
It's not that easy.
でもクリ
But
スは
Kurisu
作れ
made
たんで
it,
しょ？
right? She did.
え
Huh? Oh, right. It had to work similarly to the time leap machine, just without going back in time.
だったら私にも作れる。
Which means I can. No,
うん、
I will make it too.
作ってみせる。
I might be able to help with that.
問題は記憶データがどこにあ
The
るか。
question is where to find her memory data, though.
こればっかりは
We'll
何
just
と
have
か
to
して
find
突
it
き止めるしか
somehow.
方法がないわ。
But there simply wasn't enough information. All we knew was that it was a non-Japanese Western military. And that information wasn't solid either. If anyone held the key, it was the woman in the motorcycle suit. The real Kaguri. Yes. Yes. No, don't brush it away. Keep it in your head. I thought of a name, and quickly brushed it from my head.
何かいい方法でも思いついた？
Any good ideas? I do. I just won't say it, will I?
いやなんでもない
None. It wasn't Yuki Amane. You're right, it wasn't Yuki Amane. It was Kaguri. Hydrate, thank you, Saucy. I'm trying to wait for the next scene transition to maybe end it and then go to the restroom, but I need to go to the restroom. I've got like 4 bottles of empty bottles on here, so I need to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Let me quiet this, and then... Once he's going in a direction, you're stuck in that direction. No, wait, hold on. I've cheated the system. I have not cheated the system. There's an invisible wall.
Could have clearly marked poison.
I was just gonna throw it at him, but you're right. How about the fish then? Didn't I already try this?
This may be the first time in all my years of working here that I've used poison as a verb, and not in the way I'd always imagined it either.
You didn't see anything, Ryan. I don't know what you're talking about. It's just a poison fish now. It had to be done.
Dead
Okay, he
rat
was in the
won't
way.
even be in the top 10 smelliest things I've had to deal with down there, sadly.
I had to do what I had to do. I'm sure he's fine. Oh, he is. He's diving. He's practicing holding his breath. Kinda seems normal to me. Oh my god, Bessie. She's just chilling up there like Spider-Man. Yeah, I see you. You should probably be careful. Someone could see up your dress, you know. Okay, I'm back. Let me drink another bottle of water after I open a new package. There you go. I was going to wait for either an ending or a scene transition, but I think we're far away from an ending. Unless things go horribly, horribly wrong suddenly. So the next scene transition, then. It couldn't be. We talked late into the night, trying to come up with a way to find out who had done the experiments on Kagari. But even though we spent a lot of time on it, none of us had any good ideas. Did we just transition? Of course. So anytime we have a scene transition, it's definitely going to be a while. Yeah, I think I should end it here. But I'll at least go until she's on screen again, or somebody's on screen. I can't believe it. No, but it's true, isn't it? On the train back, Maho Hyajo was having trouble controlling her excitement. And 2 girls who said they came from the future. And Rintaro Okabe's story about the time leap machine. Normally, she'd never believed them. But if Kurisu Makase's mind had made these things possible, she could accept them. Kurisu was a genius. She just might be capable of it. To Maho, Kurisu seemed capable of anything. And most of all, she'd seen it for herself. On the way back from the lab, Suzuha had taken her to the top of the radio building and showed her a real time machine. It was night, and she didn't have a lot of time to look at it closely, but she could tell at a glance that it wasn't made with modern technology. Honestly, she wanted to start work on making another one tomorrow. No, right now even. But she had something to do first. The time leap machine that Kurisu had made. She needed to make an improved version. That meant she was going to be practically living at Okabe's lab for a while, so she's not going home. So she decided to get what she needed from the office in Wako City. Does that mean I'm going to get a shot at the professor? From outside the building, she could see the lights were still on despite the late hour. Oh, Akai, welcome in. Oh god, it is him. Wait, what if this is close to an ending? What if he kidnaps her? Welcome in, but I'm trying to decide whether to end it. But the fact that she ran into him makes me want to go a little longer. If I just knew if we were close to an ending or not. If it was like really close, I'd go for it. No, I think it'll still be a good while. Hang on, let me save. Oh, actually, actually. Now that I see my save time, it feels like it could be close. Nah, it's fine. I'll save it. I'll save it. That means X, right? Yeah. I will call it here. If anything, maybe I can get... Well, I'll get an ending next stream, I guess. And then go past it. Go on to another route. But I will call it here. And I know who I want to raid if they're still streaming. It's a birthday. There were multiple birthdays, in fact. There were a lot of birthdays today. Are any of them still streaming? Yes, Livy Bear is still streaming. It's her birthday today. Wait, what about the other ones? The other one's still streaming? Well, apparently it's Shadow's birthday as well. Jeez, there's so many birthdays today. We'll go with Livy, though. Livy Bear. Alright, well, while I get that set up, thank you, everyone. For those who are in chat and those who are just lurking, I appreciate it. It's always good to have you guys with me. And I hope you all have a good morning, day, or night, whatever time it is for you guys. And I will see you on the next one. And then here's the raid messages. Actually, let me start the song first. Alright. See you, everyone.
In a room where shadows loom, a man sits deep in gloom, with a pen held tight in hand, sketching dreams that understand. Walls may close, the night may fall, but his spirit stands tall. Lines he draws are doors that lead to worlds where dreams are free. With a pen he built his dreams, turning silence into streams. In his mind he's never alone, crafting realms he calls his own. Paper whispers, secrets told, journeys inked in black and bold. Mountains climb or rivers bend in the world that he can mend. He may be confined and still, yet his heart is wild with thrill. Through each line a sky so wide, in his world he takes a ride. Every size painted bright, stars that gleam in darkest night. With a pen his spirit sings, soaring high